up?
Cheers. Episode 553 WEedNerdWorld. Mr. Smileys Gardens already in the house. Cheers, brother. How you doing?
Doing good, dude. Get to hang out, talk some shit, roll up a joint. Fucking
You might
what we
just
gonna do today, Eagle?
take over the world. I love that fucking animal, man. That's fucking Kazoo killed it with that design. You know, I've actually seen the guys that actually print up that t-shirt for me. They're like, man, you don't know how many people I asked for that fucking shirt or where I got that shirt and shit. I'm like, that's funny. It's funny.
Yeah, dude, it's dope. Artists amaze me, man. I was watching I don't know, I flipped through and they have all the little TikTok videos on Instagram now to where it's like little shorts or whatever. Not I don't know how they do that. It's different than the stories, but anyway, they fucking there was one of this dude and it was like a time lapse of him. And the motherfucker was drawing 5 pictures at the same fucking time, dude. He had a pen in one hand and it was like had a bracket to another pen on over so on two pieces of paper he was drawing 2 separate fucking portraits with that, and then he had a third one in his other hand he was fucking drawing with, and then he had one in each foot in between his big toes, and he was drawing the fucking portraits of that. It blew my mind, dude, and every one of them was fucking amazing. Like I couldn't even imagine drawing any one of them pictures that he did. Like even the ones with his feet and shit were like amazing detail, everything. It was unreal. And he did them all at the same time, just fucking sitting there. Like, how the fuck do you do that, dude?
I don't know. There's a musician that I enjoy quite a bit. I got some text called he's an Australian by the name of Juicy Smith. And he's like a one-man band type guy. And I forget how he calculates it, but I think at some point he says he can play 7 instruments at once. But I know for a fact because he's doing something in each hand, completely different. Not like just one there. Well, at one point he might be playing the guitar, but then again he might be fucking shaking the tambourine and doing something with the other hand, and then he's fucking doing shit with his feet. He's singing and playing the harmonica and fucking. There's times where he's playing the fucking diggery-doo, but the fucking guy puts it all together in such a fucking great song. It's pretty amazing, pretty impressive. I don't. Yeah, I'm not that coordinated where I'm doing 5, 6, 7 different things at once.
On mute. Yeah, exactly, man. I have a hard enough time trying to do 2 things at once. Walking and chew gum. Shit.
Just got my chat brought up. Cheers to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, this is tight.
Yeah, little hodgepodge of shit going here on the tray. Got a little bit of some 6-shooter seeded.
Nice.
I decided to pull a fucking little bit of the Colombian number 3 out of the bowl and fucking throw some of that in on it. And, I think there's a little bit of that silverback times primal floating around on the tray here that I'm gonna scoop in on a fatty.
Yeah, dude, that's the bummer, man.
Yeah.
Hard part is even like just like wiping everything down and making sure you're not gonna like have residual pollen fucking coming off a fan or some stupid shit and like get you 2 rounds in a row or whatever.
Yeah. That may be a problem for other people, but at this point, it's like wipe it down before you pack it up. And the new place probably, good chance the new place won't have as much pollen floating around.
This one on the
Might be a right, yeah, it might be a good thing, right?
yeah. Sometimes that shit's amazing though. Like I don't know, it's fucking, it's it's like such a fine particle, and it's like all it takes is one little, you know what I mean? It's smaller than a dust particle. I think they're fucking super fine. Each little pollen thing, So yeah, like it. I don't know, just mind blowing how fucking durable they can be. Even when you don't want them to be and shit. Like this. I'll just hang out over here in this corner for a couple months, and then just float down and fuck up your shit.
Well, I'm pretty impressed by the one male that I got. I got rid of the second Columbia male that I had 2 in the Nutbuster. Fucking Mr. Nutbuster. He's gone. He's gone. He's not. I'm pretty sure I did take cuts, but I'm pretty sure I could be wrong. But I think he's extinct. I have to probably look through my clones to make sure, just to make sure. But I think he's extinct. But the other male that I have is a lot more durable. That's for sure. He's been under all the same conditions and maybe some more, you know what I mean, crazier shit, and is yet to start flipping, throwing pollen sacks around. That's one.
Cheers.
What's up, Robert?
Run boy. What's he saying, Chad? Even those HPS grow, even big fucking old pots. Yeah, like I'm growing pots in the background. Yeah, I'm just kind of stacking some shit in that tent right now. I'm in the Smileys boat on that. You know what I mean? You were talking about that about a week or 2 ago about tote it or fucking leave it. You know what I mean? That's a good start. Moving in itself is an expense. You know what I mean? Then to add on top of that a whole round. Yeah, that's a lot of dirt, man. I forget how many pots in total, but I think there's right around 50 of those 10 gallons that usually float around.
Yeah.
Refill all those with new soil and all that would be a little pinch. But then we kind of talk, well, for me, I don't think it would be that bad because this is what I'm getting to next is how old is the soil? You know what I mean? Again, you're a little bit more of an expert on that than I am. But if I had too many runs on it, I think I would be more inept to maybe dump and start anew if I had too many cycles on it. But this is the only first round on them pots. They've only had 1 round on each of those. It's hard to go, I could just throw some compost in there and, a little bit of this, some earthworm castings, and she's good as new. That's quite cheap to get back on the road. So yes. I'm still kicking around the idea that should I fucking just stack them up like that until the moment of truth and then walk them out and then fucking maybe even just throw them in a pile, I know all you guys hate to hear that. You still guys hate to hear that. Just dump them out and maybe do like a super soil kind of thing with it where I just mix in some good shit and then repot. But who knows?
Well, I think that's a good idea. That's actually a downfall, I think, of what I'm doing. I think I'd have a lot better results, at least as far as nutrient cycling. Because I'm just laying stuff on the top and scratching it in the top inch, you know what I'm saying? Like, or whatever. Like just my fingers, you know what I'm saying? So like inch and a half maybe. But if I were to have that equally mixed through the whole media, I I think it would do a lot better. But I don't know.
Cheers, Miss Greenfingers. I rudely haven't said hello yet.
Cheers.
How was your day? So tomorrow we talking edibles. The Pearly Baker.
Oh yeah.
I believe she does both cannabis and psilocybin edibles.
So,
Should be a good one. So can't wait to talk with her tomorrow.
speaking of mushrooms, it's a random thing from this weekend. You know, getting a re-up, and I got this one I should show you. It's like fucking like this long, dude.
Is it a penis MB2? Fucking nice long.
It is, yeah.
Penis MB fucking mushroom, yeah.
See, I thought
Probably
those
why they
were-
take the name, eh?
I thought that's why they got the name, was because they look like little dicks, not a big dick. You know what I'm saying? This.
Oh, you don't envy a little dick, do you? Nobody envies a little dick.
I
Sometimes.
was thinking that's where the name, like, it was representing this little dick.
Oh shit.
Cheers, I'm gonna smoke. It's a 2-minute warning anyway, so fuck it.
What are we
Fired.
smoking on tonight?
I still got Sunset Impressions. I was I pulled a bunch of I guess larfy buds of that off when I was trimming it, and I have it. So I've been rolling that all week.
I got Afghan gooey. It tastes just like pine, like straight pine saw.
Oh yeah, dragon fruit, you say, huh?
Yeah, the Afghan gooey was just straight dragon fruit. I mean,
Look,
yeah. I'm not really into it that much, but it's fucking good. Like, it smells and tastes like Jack Herrera to me. I don't know why.
Is that one you grew or what?
No, it's from the dispensary place. Fucking from them.
All right.
So it's not bad though. It's like only $30 an eighth.
I was just gonna say, man, everybody was talking about how expensive the dispos can be, and it's like, I don't know. I went looking around, or inadvertently finding out some prices over the weekend, and it was like, yeah, they were fucking dirt cheap.
That's their top shelf. And just because it was like almost a couple weeks on the shelf, it went for like, instead of like what it goes for 60 something regularly, 65 for an eighth, it went for 55 an eighth. So it's not like that bad compared to the other shops that like sell out right away because it's always new shit. So sometimes they don't buy enough, or they buy too much of one shit, like the GMO cookies. And that was fucking $30 an eighth, and it was fucking the best shit ever. Fucking, it was so good.
oh,
It was sun growing in a sustainable system. Like, that was a cool
happy
part.
20 guys.
Cheers.
You ain't gotta quit talking, but the dab song will be playing in the background
Mm-mm.
when it's done buffering.
Love for the plant scene in Colorado too. I think Oregon's like that too.
Yeah, just so fast. Like, if you sell it fast, it's all expensive. But if they don't get to sell it, it gets cheaper and cheaper. It's more affordable.
So I haven't been on the retail side in quite some time, Smiley. So when you say cheap, how cheap?
Tropical punch.
$100 an ounce. That's retail.
Oh, that's retail?
Yeah, you can get them, almost 2 of them for $150 if you get 2 at a time. Like, if you buy 4, they'll give it to you for $200. 4 for $200. depending on how much you get. The more you get, the cheaper it is.
Yeah, no, this is straight up. I don't know what it looks like or anything.
Yeah, but it's still, if you're gonna make concentrates out of it,
There's like
it's
$100
easy.
ounce, $40 ounce. There's like $170 or something.
That's good. That's good for the consumer. I'll say that. That's great for the consumer. Shit, if I were on the other side, I'd still be pretty. That isn't bad. I'd be happy to pay that. I don't want to pay that. I'm not going to pay that. I'd rather grow my own any day, but
It is what
we're
it
out
is.
of town.
That could be out of doors.
Yeah.
Said if I were out of town, out of cannabis, I may, that wouldn't be bad, I guess. That's about the only time I ever do wander into one of the provisioning centers is in that very instance. I fucking either ran out of cannabis on my trip or no, that is the only way. Oh, the other way would be is if I'm looking for some dabbables, that kind of extracts, the shit that I don't make. I sometimes stop in, but I usually wait for festivals to purchase all my dab shit. I mean, it's a lot cheaper, more variety, I think. Cheers, Miranda Family Farm stuff. How you doing, brother? Love seeing you guys in them shirts, man.
See that shit? I got you guys all on the size of my wall on the projector.
Holy shit.
See it? It's like the Roman. You guys are on the wall.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
You know what else I think's cool is I'm not the only one that keeps a stoner blanket around. I see it.
This is my spare room, office / hairdressing, all in one.
I'll show my. Hold on. Mine's a doobie blanket. Mine's, let's show you. Yeah. It's upside down. My stoner blanket.
Yep.
Everybody's got to support the fucking stoner shit.
My kids got me that blanket for Christmas.
I love that. My kids buy me some fucking cannabis related shit for holidays too. That always cracks me up.
I know I see your daughter Smiley's got some pretty sweet looking rolling trays now too. That's cool.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, she was messing around trying to make a couple, and I don't know, see what was what. Made one for, well, that one Weed Nerd one I was having her make for Eagle. So
Appreciate
I
that.
finally
man.
finished my harvest, which is like a burden off the back. Everything's dried and put away now.
yeah.
Let the de-seeding begin, which sucks.
Oh, it's a seeded round too, or what?
Mhm. Nice.
No sense Amelia.
I fucking swear too. You guys made fun of me all what you want, but this chillum has been sitting around for a minute too. I'd say it's been in this storage thing for at least 3 weeks. Easy. Put up. And when I opened it up, I was like, that smells good. It smells like berries. Dragon fruit and berries. I didn't say, it's fine. And I still swear by it. I'm getting nothing but like a berry, dragon fruit or a berry. Say what you want.
I'm not going to be able to run it until, because the first run now is going to be the pollinating run. So I won't get to check it out until after.
What if she's still piney? Even though she's seeded, she should, be
Should
somewhere.
throw the same, yeah. Can't
So
say
this
it's
is the
funny.
this is the week before I flipped a flower this weekend. So weaving everything through the trellis and stuff, trying to finish off the canopy. It's kind of exciting to flip a flower soon, especially since I literally just finished the harvest the last time.
Dang. Yeah. Nice.
What are you putting outdoors this year? You usually throw some outdoors.
I'm not sure yet. That's last year I put 4 plants in my greenhouse and filled the whole greenhouse with just 4 big ass like Mendo dopers in there. And I think I'm gonna do the same thing this year, just keep them a small amount, kind of bush them out. But I also have to, since they're gonna be in a greenhouse, worry about head height. So I usually would start them a little later because they're in a greenhouse. So I wouldn't like start them in like February. I'd start them at like the end of March or something.
Oh, yeah.
I actually have to figure out like, because when I'm gonna end up doing a gene traders closer to the beginning of spring. So figuring out what plants I'm gonna use to cut clones up to bring to that, because people love their clones at those places. I personally would never fucking bring a clone home from anywhere, but
I seen a thing today that the dude from Gene Traders, he's cool too, man. I forget what his name is, but he was
his name's Lou.
Lou. Yeah, he had a thing that they were doing testing on him to like fucking test to make sure.
I seen that through Boston Clone Company, which is really smart. You can just QR code it and everything comes up on it. But that was when it was tested, not when it was stored before it was sold. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Not when
So
the
it doesn't
hunters
really
are
fucking matter, in my opinion.
all the mouth breathers breathing on it.
I remember doing an event over the summertime, and I watched this vendor. He's fairly new. Set up his booth, and he had like maybe 10 or 15 clones and a bunch of bullshit all over his fucking table. And then right after he got done setting it all up, a fucking U-Haul pulled up, and they opened the back door, and it was just completely full of clones. And he set it up like right next to the dude's tent, and I can just see the dude's face be like, "Oh no," you know what I mean? Because no one's gonna buy his clones now. There's like a U-Haul full.
Right. It matters, man. Especially like the appearance and the health of them. That really matters. Because what you're taking home is gonna now you're just you're at 50%. You're fighting back from an unhealthy. It's always gonna be behind.
True.
Gene Traders
My opinion.
If you cut enough clones, you see that. If you cut 6 clones, there's going to be 4 of them that are kicking ass and 2 of them that are maybe a little behind, for whatever
Gene
reason.
Traders seems to bring people that know what the fuck they're doing for the most part to the event to buy whatever they happen to be looking for something. But people at other events where there's just like everything going on, people are vultures and will just buy anything. They don't give a fuck what it is. They don't even care, as long as it's like a plant that's already growing and it's a cannabis plant.
Dude,
It's kind of crazy.
$600 for a 2-foot plant. What my uncle bought. Like I was like, what the fuck you do that for? So like to waste of just because it's 2 feet. He's like $600. I was like, didn't even smell like nothing.
Wow. I did buy some clones early on. So like that purple punch that I'm working with and have had for quite a while. I've had that thing for 5 years or 4 or 5 years, but that was a Tiki Madman when he was, I don't know if he's still with State Genetics. They're here in Michigan, but it was at Vehicle City Social, man. They were posted up there. It was one of the first fucking events I ever went to. Shout out to that, right?
So I'm actually pretty fucking stoked about the people that are actually asking for t-shirts. And like I would, there's the people that hang around the show and then chat all the time, and I appreciate that. But there's been a few that I was like, really? You know what I mean? People are like, Jake, Midnight Roots hit me up today. What's up on them shirts, man? I want to support the show. Tim Blake said he wanted one of WEedNerdWorld shirts, which I
Yeah.
thought that was fucking pretty cool. Mendo Dope said they would support some of the shirts. I'm
They're
like,
awesome.
that's pretty fucking cool. It's really fucking cool.
That is really
Hoping
cool.
to
You
get
know, they're badass shirts though, dude. They look dope as fuck. You know,
can't
Yeah.
wait to make them more available.
that is
I like
cool.
the material this is made out of. It's like it's not like cotton. It's moisture wicked or something.
They're comfortable. Definitely comfortable.
But shit, Eagle, they're all coming to Michigan for the Regenetics Conference here in February. So, I mean, like,
What's the exact date of the festival or the conference there?
it's like the 21st, 22nd, or something like that. It's that weekend. I don't know if I got the date. It might be 22nd, 23rd, or something like that. But it's that weekend, third weekend or whatever.
They're coming over here in February. It's like the 11th, 12th, and 13th to Mass to do that also. And it's fucking $350 for the tickets for the 3 days. Kind of expensive.
I thought it was 450 actually.
Well, it might be where yours is. I don't know.
He's like, might be what yours is. No, they, yeah, he did some cool stuff though with it. I thought, I don't know, like, so it's kind of weird though because like they canceled the 2 years ago, but I had already got a ticket for 2 years ago, so I got a ticket that's gonna be this one, right? And then, but people that are purchasing the tickets are gonna get a pack of seeds that are fucking rare ass seeds that Jawdry got to Dutch Blooms, and then Josh ran them basically to make a seed run out of them, and that's what he's gonna hand out or whatever, those kind of replicas of that seed run. So be pretty interesting.
I know that, and Dutch was saying tonight in the clubhouse thing that he was going to take the ticket money and invest it into like a blockchain, and basically in a year and a half, I guess you would get refunded your ticket. So basically, he was investing all the ticket money into a blockchain, and everybody that purchased the ticket owned a piece of the blockchain. It's basically the way it works. So.
Yeah, well, it's not investing the money. So my understanding was that the initial handout of the seeds would be a group of people with them, and then from there they were going to possibly pick a male and a female and do another seed run. And if those seeds sell, then that money would go into that blockchain, and that's where the money would come from, the sale of those other seeds.
All right.
But then it would be like a group project, and then you know what I'm saying, then any ticket holder would basically have I don't understand how all that works with the blockchain and shit, but it would basically, you would have your little barcode in the blockchain, and then any money or any seed sales from that would go into that blockchain and be divvied up almost like a stock, I think, you know what I mean? Like where you got shares.
Right. That's pretty fucking cool. That's a pretty neat idea, really.
Yeah, he's a smart dude, man. I like Josh a lot. He's cool.
There you go. Gorski says it's the 25th to the 27th in Michigan. Thank you, Gorski.
Yeah, thanks, Gorski. I knew it was right in there. That's an exciting one, man. The fucking seed exchange. So you can't sell your seeds. You can give them away or trade them or whatever. But it's not like you can post up a booth and start selling slanging packs or whatever. But that's a cool fucking deal. I've never been to nothing like that, and that's fucking badass, man. Dude's just busting out their fucking case like what you got, Eagle, and like, all right, man. It's like trading baseball cards and shit. Like, you know what I mean? It was like some shit they made, some shit they had bought, whatever. But it was like you brought your case and fucking swapped it out, man.
That's how when I initially heard of the gene traders, that's kind of what I thought it was, to be honest with you. Just bring and swap, bring and swap.
I bet you there's a lot of genetics buried in some cases around, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Just like people's cracking open, you know what I mean? Some of the old heads that have been doing it for a minute and they got fuck crack open their case, be like, I ain't never getting to these seeds, so whatever here, you know, just I bet you there's some fire ass shit hiding out.
There is.
Definitely. Well, you got fucking like Rascal Farmer. He had just fucking found a shoebox full of like some old shit that was stashed up somewhere, you know. Who
Did
wouldn't
he have
love
any
to?
luck? I didn't follow. Did he have luck cracking those?
I think he did. I'm almost
That's
positive he did.
Fuck yeah.
And fuck, I'd almost rather find something like that than a box of coins these days. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, especially because he kind of knew the lineages of them too. Like those were shit they knew from back in the day. So like, yeah, I remember that. Shout out to Rascal Farmer. He's a badass, man.
Oh, think about it though. That's totally possible. Especially, I found a lot of shit. I found rationing stamps in walls. I found money, coins. I found all kinds
What,
of shit
remodeling?
storing. Yeah,
Just
remodeling houses. And so who's to say? I mean, it's really plausible to think that somewhere through time that in a grower one, especially like in northern Michigan, like where we're at, there was somebody growing a good amount of cannabis, possibly got in trouble. You know what I mean? Fucking maybe fucking house taken, repossessed, then life in prison or something. Put all this shit, stored it, you know what I mean, somewhere, and fucking it's just waiting to be found. I'm sure there's quite a few scenarios like that, man.
There's a video on Instagram of a lady. She's like points at a yellow envelope on top of her air conditioner duct, and she walks over and says, "What the hell is this?" And she opens it up, and there's just a bunch of $100 bills in there. And she's like, "What the fuck? The person that lived here before me must have fucking forgot it." But like, what was it for? It's just a stack of fucking hundreds. It was crazy. I was like, "What the fuck?" She's like, "We just moved here. Look at, I just fucking hit the jackpot. Fuck." I was like, "Damn, man, that's crazy." So you can find literally almost probably anything like that, like what Eagle just said. Like whatever that person before there lived at your house, you can find anything probably besides old porno, good shit, you know.
Oh man, another place I found weird shit. I found especially porno in ceiling tiles, fucking in buildings and shit. Fucking just changing out ceiling tiles, man. I found dildos, porn.
big old
I found a
bushes
little
in
bit
there.
of money.
Inside of
Oh
air
man, you
ducts,
find all kinds of shit in
a
ceiling
lot of the times your
tiles.
air ducts are clogged because they're clogged because somebody hid something up in there, and that was the way that they would hide it from like their girlfriend or something, and they would just put it up in their air conditioner duct, put the two screws on real quick, and then they forget about it when they move, and then a couple $100, a gun, some porno, you know, you just forget it and you never come back. It's just crazy.
That's funny. So funny story back when we were teenagers. There's remember the movie Spaceballs or whatever? Well, we had like I remember the old like Rena videos where they had like the fucking sleeves or the plastic case for those. So that was anyway. That was what we did as a kid. Is we had to fucking end up. I forget even where we ended up with a VHS fucking porno, and we're you know what I mean. I'm like junior high, whatever. You know what I mean. So it was like gold, right? We ended up stashing it in this fucking Spaceballs like switched it out for the VHS like it was a Spaceballs, you know what I mean? And stuffed it on the shelf. That was the fuck. I'm like, my parents are never gonna fucking watch this movie, you know what I mean? And then ends up my brother threw a party and like fucking whatever, they were just drunk hanging out and like, let's throw a movie in, and they fucking pull it out to throw Spaceballs in, and they're fucking you know what I mean? Bow chicka wow wow. Like what the fuck?
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. Pre-internet.
Cheers, Tony.
Yeah, it's great, man. VHSs. We had to find the magazines in the dumpster at the fucking ball fields, you know.
I
Yeah.
had trouble just waiting to happen.
When I was
Cheers,
younger, I used
Tony.
to do a lot of acid, and I used to get rid of it too. And when we used to chill, there would be like I got like 50 kids like fucked up on acid at the park, and the cops always come because it's like nighttime and we're all fucked up or whatever. So everyone runs and they split off into groups and shit. So my buddies was telling me like him and his buddy went to his parents' house, and it's like 2 a.m, and they're fucking beaming by now, and they're like, you gotta be quiet, and he's walking up the steps to his front door, and for some reason, because he was fucked up, he was like, what, kicked his front door open, and the first thing they heard was bounce chicka bounce wow, and his dad's throwing a towel over him real quick because his dad was beating it, you know what I mean? And they busted him while they were tripping, so they were like, and started running up the stairs, punching the side of the fucking like the hallway wall. It was like, that must have been fucking crazy watching that. We had a lot of fun when we were fucking doing that back in the day. I used to do it in school, at work, like everywhere.
Fucking glad I didn't know any of you guys in school, man. I would have been in prison.
Stoney, cheers.
There's a chick got kicked out. I don't even remember what had happened or whatever. I was an underclassman, so she was like grades above or whatnot, and it was all rumors flying around and shit. But there was like cops there and shit, and all this stuff went down, so there was a bunch of rumors flying around. But the rumor is that she had a sheet of acid on her, and they fucking somehow had known about it and were like trying to track her down. So she was in the bathroom and she fucking then keister it. She shoved it up the other one or whatever and just tripped balls off it. Yeah, that was the rumor. I don't know how true it was or whatever, but
Dude, I think it's funny you say that because I was just getting ready to say before your story that the acid ups and downs in my life have been coincided almost every time with a beautiful acid girl. I don't know how it always seems that there's one hot chick just flipping sheets of acid and shit, and I find myself hanging out with that gal for a while or whatever. But it made me laugh to hear that it was the chick in this story that had the sheet in this story. I was like, what in the fuck? Is it everybody? Is that just the thing that the ladies bring the acid or what? What the fuck?
Yeah, I went to my buddy's house to drop off leaves last summer, like at the end of summer, raking them up, and he was at his it was at his ex-wife's house, but they let me use their, like, he owns like acres worth of land on a dirt road. So I'm like driving with my buddy down the dirt road to go dump the leaves, and my buddy's on the back in the back on a trampoline, just laid out like he's dead, and we're like, what the fuck? And he like sits up like Frankenstein and like looks over to us, and so I walked over. I'm like, you all right? And he's like still tripping. I guess he ate like a quarter of mushrooms the night before, and I was like, why the fuck would you do that? You do that when you're like 18 and shit, you know what I mean? He did it. He got kicked out of the place that he was at and ended up at his ex-wife's house and was sitting there all fucked up and at the door, and she's like, "What the fuck, Corey?" You know what I mean? He's like, "I need a place to fucking lay down." So she's like, so she let him in, and he laid down. I guess he fucking threw up, and the dog came over and licked his puke up, but it was mushroom puke. So the dog started tripping, and she was fucking so pissed off at him. He was in the doghouse. So the next morning, he was still laid out on the trampoline when we came by.
She's already his ex. What's she gonna do? Can't get no worse, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's some funny shit, though. So what's up, Stoney? How you been, man?
Oh man, fighting this fucking bad back.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
It's been like 3 months straight now, and just
You're
gets a
up.
little better, but I'm making headway. So my back, the way it's situated, you know, you got kind of like, if you look at someone's back, like a dude's back, you got those two dimples above your ass, you know, and your lower back. So like, usually it's the right side. That's the side that's always fucking jacked up. And it kind of drops down where I'm bone on bone. Okay. So if anyone's ever had bone on bone and you know that feel, it's pretty fucked up. So now it's switched over to my left side. Yesterday I was fine. Everything was great. I'm like, fuck. Like, all right. No pain. Everything's good. Fucking got up this morning, man. Fucking my left side's jacked. I've never had really the left side being fucked up like this either. So
You do
it's kind of like,
stretches or anything? Do you do
yeah. At this point, it's too late. Now it's basically let the muscles rebuild, let the back realign itself. Kind of. I can't go to a chiropractor. It's not that kind of an alignment thing. It's more muscle structure. So once that gets better, and then I'm able to go to the gym and start fucking doing my exercises again, then that was the problem. I stopped doing the exercises for a couple weeks, you know. I'm good. I'm all right. I feel great.
Yeah.
Too old now, man. You can't stop that, you know. Yeah, 25, 35, you could stop for months, 2 months, still look good. Not me, dude.
You know, I'm smiling because fucking there's another key to that, Stoney, and that's the fucking warm up. You can't just jump into that shit fucking like you used to when you were younger, man. These days, man, warm up stretches and shit is definitely fucking key before you start throwing anything around.
I get on that treadmill first thing, and I start walking slowly, and I start building up steam, and I get moving a little bit. Yeah, you're right, because you know what? There's been a couple times where I just walked right in. All right, let's go. Bam. Oh, fuck. You know, and then you're fucking shuffling my way to the car. Everyone's like, wow, that was a quick workout. So yeah, you know, it sucks getting old, right? But
I like the ones that you didn't even feel the day before. You just wake up and you're like, what the fuck? I can't even walk today. What the fuck happened?
got hammered by a steamroller. Yeah, you know.
My daughter takes MMA, but her belt's in Taekwondo, and she's going for her brown belt. So she's been doing it for years, but she still doesn't fucking stretch or do any warm-ups or anything, and it like pisses me off because I know later on down the line she's gonna be hurting.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
She's already broken a bunch of bones from doing that. So like the jujitsu part of it and stuff.
Jesus.
Hey, that's brutal, man. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I know. What the?
She does some cage fighting. It's kind of like I actually can't go in there and watch anymore. She won't let me because I sit there and I'm like, keep your hands up, like move around. You know what I mean? He's like, just shut the fuck up, pretty much. Like, get out of here.
Right. That's funny.
I would think stretching before jujitsu would be almost mandatory. You wouldn't want to get in there all fucking not warmed up and have somebody just wrenching on a muscle that hasn't been properly warmed up or stretched, where you do twice as much damage. bit like that, I would think.
We had to at work, they actually implemented a year or so ago. We have to do warm-up exercises before we even start work. So the first thing we do, we got 30, 40, 50 guys all standing out there fucking doing jumping jacks, touching your toes, doing your fucking neck thing like this. And, you know, at first, I was like, this is fucking stupid. You know, I mean, you should see all of us too. Everyone's trying to reach down, touch their toes. Fucking no one can get barely past their fucking crotch. You know? Yeah, exactly. Huffing and puffing going on. Oh, and shit. But I'll tell you what, after like a couple of weeks of that, man, I was feeling a lot better. Just a little bit, you know, it was like 10 minutes. I mean, they weren't fucking, we had to do it on their time too. So they were like, all right, let's go. Jumping jacks, let's go. Stretch your leg, do this one, twist your neck. Okay, get the fucking work, motherfucker.
Like calisthenics before a game and shit.
Exactly. That's what it was, man. We used to laugh because the carpenters were always doing it for years. For the last like 4 or 5 years, carpenters were always doing it. Big shops.
Yeah, it's really smart.
We laugh at them. Look at you fucking guys. You know.
I was that kid, Stoney. Back when in my earlier years of my construction career, I knew a few older carpenters. Same thing. Would get there, fucking warm up, be stretching fucking legs, everything before they put their bags on. And I'll laugh, you old fucker, ha ha. Wish I would have started then.
Right?
Probably would have had half the injuries. Yeah.
When I was in the
know it,
military, they used to have us do stretches, and I'm like, you don't even feel that's actually not even stretching anything. And they'd be like, who wants to go to the beach? That was like a threat. The beach was like a sand pit that you don't want to go to because the whole fucking groups go into the sand pit and get punished in it. You know what I mean? It's bad. But yeah, they used to go hard on stretches, and most of them were fucking completely useless. They did a half of a day course on like ground fighting, like chokeholds and shit, and it was like pathetic. We're pretty poorly trained.
That's good to know.
Yeah, just in case you're wondering. We're more meant to fucking shoot from a little bit away, not hand fight.
Yeah, but then we go and train the other people too. So like we go train the other countries that to go protect themselves. So it's kind of okay. It's like they don't learn much. Like,
they had us playing with pugil sticks, like we were fucking jousting each other. You know what I mean?
that's fucked up, dude. They're just like toying with you guys. Fuck. Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, I had 3 brothers, not like real brothers, but like brothers as kids because we like grew up together. But like 3 brothers that went to the Air Force and 2 that went to the Army and 1 that went to the Navy. But like they all said like that they just blanked all that shit out, you know, like all the training. Like they're like, we don't even remember it. It was fucking like I don't remember none of it. It's like it was so much bullshit that they put us through. Like, yeah, like blanked it all out. Don't want to remember it. Like worst part of the whole thing is like when somebody they knew would die, like just during training. It's like, yeah.
Remember that shit on Full Metal Jacket, and it's like logs going up, and fucking Pyle can't get over the top. He's like, get the fuck down off my obstacle pile. I watched this dude in basic training go over the top and then fall right off the end. And there's no nets or nothing. And they made everyone turn around and take a knee so we weren't watching our fallen comrade and snapped his neck. It was fucking violent. I was like, holy shit, like how the fuck can you flip over and fall like that, you dumb motherfucker?
Yeah.
It's high, it's wicked high up in the air, and you're holding on for dear life. Why the hell would you just half-ass hold on?
Yeah, it's some tough shit out there.
They gave us fucking grenades. I was like, holy shit, this was the moment I've been waiting for my whole life. And we got to throw them.
That's crazy. Yeah, I only came in contact with the bazooka because my mom's alleged weed dealer had a bazooka. So like I got to see that thing every day when I went over there. I was like, "Can I see the bazooka?" And it was like locked up. All I could do is see it. Like I could never touch it. I touched it once, but yeah, that thing was fucking crazy.
My
Let's see.
job was the
So
tow missile
Stoney-
in there.
Go ahead, Miranda. I'm sorry. So,
I don't know if you guys are familiar with the tow missile, but it's like a it's something that's mounted on like a Humvee or like a Bradley, and it has like a copper wire that comes out of it, and like the inside's like a screen, like with almost like an Xbox controller, and you fucking aim that shit right on the target, and it fucking goes right onto it. It goes for a good distance too. It's not like a short thing. It's fucking badass.
They used that in Fast and the Furious, and one of them from the helicopter though. So like that's crazy shit. When I saw it in the helicopter on that shit, that's when they took the helicopter down. Like it's just not supposed to be mounted on a helicopter. Fucking those things are crazy. Tow missile.
so Stoney, you listening? Or you just camera there? He's gone. There he is.
Okay, what
I was
happened?
gonna ask you. We were talking earlier a little bit of like fucking what we found in the trades, like in walls and shit. Have you always been new work, or have you done old work?
Oh no,
Have you
I've
ever
done some
found some
demo
goodies?
stuff. Oh yeah,
You ever found
like in the
goodies in walls?
actually, yeah, like in the buildings. I was on this one job, and what we were doing at the time was going just from fucking building to building. So I just come out of one building, walk down the alley 2 steps, and walk in the next building, go downstairs. We were wiring everything up or setting everything up to be switched over to fiber optics. So everything was still, copper and shit like that. And so there were times where I'd have to go through these walls. Well, the funny thing is these walls aren't like made with block. They were made with like those clay tiles. I don't know if you've ever been in a real old building and see like those clay tile walls. They would like just kind of just build and then slap mortar on it and just put these clay tiles. It was really fucking wild. But anyways, I'd be blasting through those things. And every once in a while, it would just fucking crumble and blow apart. And inside there are fucking newspapers from like 1930s, old Coke bottles, shit like that. Nothing really cool. But beer cans, lots of beer cans. Lots of beer cans back in the day, man.
I think them they are during the building phase. The beer cans, the crew, just chuck one in the wall. Drywallers. They're the ones that have to be the ones to do it. And they're like, yeah, fuck it. Nobody will ever see this fucking thing again.
We found one. I didn't find it. This other guy I was with on the same job, though, he found it was a bottle with a message in it. And I don't know, it was a Coke bottle. It was probably from the 70s, maybe 80s. And got the message out and just says, "Hey, you found me." That was it, So we just started doing that then for fucking around. We'd leave fucking little notes, put them inside the wall, close it back up. For the next guy. Did you find anything interesting?
The coolest thing, to my credit, that I've found, in my opinion, was Civil War stamps, ration stamps.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they were cool as shit. So that was the coolest thing I found. I found some pretty cool old coins as well. But the stamps were by far the coolest thing.
Yeah, no coins, nothing like that. Just fucking beer bottles, beer cans, and shit like that. Nobody around here was leaving anything cool. I've gone into a house that was repoed. The people bailed out. They actually had some pretty cool shit stashed up in the attic. We found some fucking ceramic Dutch-looking shoes. You know, they look like those wooden shoes, but it was like this white ceramic with blue painting and shit on it like that. There was a pair of those. So my buddy's like, here, just take them. Maybe they're worth something. You ever watch that home show or that, was that the Antique Road Show or whatever, right? So I'm like, all right. So I throw that shit, some baseball cards, some other stuff. I can't remember offhand, but I remember he got all the cool shit. But actually, those little ceramic wood slipper things turned out to be like worth about $500 a piece. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, they look like you buy this at the dollar store for like, $2 or something. Like you put a little plant in the fucking, in the opening part of the shoe and put like something small in a cactus. I was like $500, so I put them up and I sold them, I think, for the pair for $200. Some lady wanted them. She was collecting them. Yeah, it was something. Yeah, it was like
a pair of shoes with them. They had a little pair of shoes with them, and a whole other Dutch set, a little windmill and all that shit. Like the windmill that looked just like that.
Yeah, you got to check the artists. There were some artists. So what they did was there was an artist. I forgot what country that was, but there was an artist. And then what they did is they would take, I couldn't tell you, brother. You'd have to look that shit up.
Yeah, my grandma had a whole bunch of this kind of shit. She had thousands of dollars just on one little cabinet. Like I couldn't even touch it. Like she had a personal cleaner come clean her shit. Like, yeah, it's fucking crazy. That's all I got left.
What I learned about that though, that particular stuff is, so they had like a few artists that actually did it. And then what they do is these guys would take this art to the colleges and they'd have all these college kids would be making all the, and then they'd be selling them. So the college kids were like doing their studies, but in reality, they were fucking pumping out fucking ceramic fucking shoes.
It's like they're learning stuff, but they're being labored, worked out.
Right, not getting paid though.
Yep.
I guess with knowledge.
It's something.
Sometimes knowledge is worth more than money.
It is worth more than money.
Actually, it is worth more than the money.
It's what you do with it, though, because you could have the knowledge and not use it for anything, and know so much, be smart, and not use that for nothing. Like.
Yeah, I know quite a few people.
We all need to remind ourselves and everybody else out there. Plant the seed. I'm gonna plant the seed. That's how I learned everything. Cannabis.
I met all my current friends just through the use of cannabis.
The only way I know any of my and acid and mushrooms, like originally back in the middle school, if I did that with anybody, I still talk to those people today. Like it's crazy. Like whoever I did any kind of tripping with or had any kind of experience, yeah, they're still in my life. Only like this many people though, so it's like I could count each one of them. Yeah. Sad.
The best people I've met lately, I've met through cannabis. I can say that 100%.
Yeah, we don't have shit in California like you guys have. Little places to go like for cannabis events. We don't have that still, so it's like what the
Shit,
fuck?
sounds like Johnny's starting a little clique in Vegas, man. There's starting to be more and more people raising their hand in the Vegas area and shit. I think that's cool as shit that we're, raising our hands going out from here and able to link up a little bit more locally with each other. That's cool shit, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was from the show that I found out automation is freedom is like lives in the house that I used to deliver papers to when I was a little kid,
That's super cool.
and lives like literally the next town over. So that's fucking small world shit.
That's crazy.
I'd say. Where the fuck is Johnny at night? Anybody talk with Johnny?
I talked to Johnny earlier.
I saw him
Talked
on
to him for a
Instagram.
while on the phone.
Hell yeah.
Pop in. What's up with the crickets?
I thought my phone had died, like the volume, because it hooked up to my fucking headsets twice. I'm like, fuck. Oh shit! I dropped my nug.
Micro said he's not feeling too good. That sucks. Flies, prayers to Johnny. I slept all fucking most of yesterday, man. I didn't get shit done yesterday. I think I slept fucking till about an hour before showtime. Got up, stretched, hit the shower. It was like, all right, let's do this.
This is Sunset Sherbet Cross Purple Punch. From whoever this is. Good shit.
How is it? Looks nice.
Yes, the Mai Tai by Sunset Sherbet Cross Purple Punch. Fucking hard, nice, heavy dent snugs. You said you had the purple punch, so
Yeah.
yeah, so that's what I was wondering about. What's it smell like on your side?
I guess the kind of purple, like most people just say, "Oh, it smells like purple," but I guess it's
Yeah, right. I know what you mean.
artificial, like grape kind of.
Yeah, that's what this one covers. Like most of this one, it's got no fucking. Well, I guess the Sunset Sherbet's already got that purple smell to it too. So it's just double purple, like the smell. But the structure's super, super dank and hard, and that was almost fucking half of an eighth right there.
With Gigi and Chad is asking, anybody recommend a good RO system? I don't. I almost think the RO overstrips the water. Too minimal. Anybody? Too clean. Smiley's fucking throwing his hand out.
I don't know, dude. People act like it's fucking acid now when you put it in your soil. It's not like that. Yes, the water can grab stuff, but I don't think. I guess in my mind, I don't see it like taking nutrients from the plant and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
But I guess this is my point, Smiley. Is it that necessary to strip it that clean? You know what I mean? Some of the minerals you're putting right back in. You know, not to mention that it's a huge waste. There's a huge waste factor to the RO system. So it's not like you're not wasting anything. You're at least wasting 1-to-1 to get that clean water. You know, when you could just be using like I'm still happy with the RV filters that I use. You know what I mean? I feel that's good enough filtration for me. It's bacteria and most of the heavy metals and shit like that. I mean, what would be honestly good? Not to mention, there's a huge cost factor to getting started and maintaining it. So what what would be the benefit to starting that?
All right.
I think just only if you had a seriously fucked up water that it would only benefit. Because I started like thinking, my buddy has a nice lush lawn, and his fucking water right out of the faucet's like at a 4.3, which is like bad for human consumption. Never mind like watering the lawn and shit. But it's all, I know it would grow in a different type of grass, but like my shit's like not like his, but it's not like perfect. But I water my vegetables with it, and it's not pH'd. My lawn and everything's fine. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just not even worry about it because I'm growing in soil and it's definitely forgiving. You know what I mean?
That's
So
what
it's completely unnecessary.
But so
that's
like
what I was just.
reading what Hemp's saying though, like he's got 700 parts per million water. He's got to do something. You can't just fucking water that shit in.
No, but RV filter would clean that up to 200 or under.
You think so?
So yeah, guaranteed, guaranteed.
There you
And
go.
it would be straight out of as no fast as you could pump it. That's what the plus to that is. And the only again, just in my opinion, my eyes, to go that clean, maybe you're gonna go hydro DWC would make it that sterile for just a straight up water environment. I'm with South Miranda Family Farms there. Whatever comes out of my RV filter, the soil should be handled. The soil and the microbes and all that shit should be able to take care of whatever's left there, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I've gotten my stuff tested at the state lab for like entries for a contest or even whatever, and nothing's ever came up for heavy metals or anything fucked up. And I just add water. I don't do anything special to it.
So obviously you guys are against RO, but for all the people that are for RO, Hydrologic's a good system. That's the one I use, and I don't see a problem with it. Honestly, at 700 parts per million, I know at a certain level of trying to remove hardness out of the water like that, you're gonna want to even go like a water softener before the RO because the sodium is easier to remove than what the fucking bicarbonates are or something like that. But I don't know. There are acid treatments too and different things. So there's other ways to do it other than RO. But
I just threw away all my meters and now I have no fucking problems because I don't have no parts per million, nothing. You know what I mean? I've never tested shit.
If I remember right, hemp with Gigi's not running in soil. He's like cocoa and
yeah, certain. If like Eagle is saying hydro might matter, or fucking if you're growing in soil, nothing like that even matters.
I did the same system.
I think RO would be a
cocoa
great option for him in that case.
I'm looking at this filter trying to see if there's an exact.
It doesn't remove
hard.
It doesn't remove the bicarbonates and shit. I know it don't. Because those are hard to get out of water. It's like
it says aluminum, bacteria, bad taste, palladium, chlorine, fungus, heavy metals, hydrogen sulfate, iron, lead, mercury, molds, odors, turbidity, and sediments.
quite a list, though.
I think if
But
I
it
had
doesn't
like
say
a problem,
exactly what ppm should be coming out of it.
if I had a problem, then I would probably want to start checking things. But because I don't have any problems, I never even bought a ppm meter or any of that shit. And I got rid of my pH meter like 5 years ago.
I know there's definitely a step up from this available at my work. Basically, I get this at Walmart, and I can actually go cheaper than this. You can get like a 2-pack, but there's one. This is basically $18, good for 6 months. Is what I use in my system, but I change it like every 4. I like to try to be ahead of the game. But there is like a heavier filter, which I think is they say 0.3 ppms is what comes out of that. It's a way finer filter for $30, twice the cost of this one. And again, this is as fast as the hose out of my fucking laundry tub could pump out my well water. I'm cleaning it out versus again, there's a time factor of cleaning the water with the RO. Most of them what I think that I did have one at one time, and it was like 10 gallons, or it wasn't much per day. It was like fucking. It barely worked for what I was watering at the time. You know, I think if I remember right, I ended up switching over to fucking rainwater. I was like, fuck this, I'm just gonna catch rain. And which works great, man. Rainwater works amazing.
I don't think it's
It
removing
works,
what
man.
you think it is because so like I had the tall boy, which is like it's a 2-stage one from Hydrologic. And then I sent my water in to get tested and it was still 390 parts per million coming out of there. And that's when I looked into how do you got to remove the bicarbonates, because that's what the issue was with the hardness of the water or whatever. So I don't know. That's why I know I had to go to RO, or you can do acid treatments, because the acid will cause the bicarbonates to precipitate out. But then you still got to clean that shit out too.
Well, I gotta think. All right, going back, because my water is fairly hard here. You know, it's one of the things that I fucking want. Why I started using the filter. I initially started just not filtering the well water. It wasn't that bad. It was like just under 200 ppms when I moved in. So I thought, that ain't too bad. It's drinkable. It shouldn't be too bad. Plants initially didn't mind it. And then fucking all of a sudden they didn't seem to like it. So I switched over. But my water here is definitely hard. So much so that we use filters on the shower heads. Same thing, catching all that hard shit. And I definitely noticed a difference in even them filters. You know what I mean? Fucking how my skin, softer. I mean, without the filters, my skin gets super dry and shit like that from showering on the same shit. Even the cleansiness of the shower before the shower filters, man, you'd fucking that hard water would build up on the shower walls like fucking very quickly. But after we installed filters, not nearly as much. So I think they are catching a lot of that. Maybe not as much so as I think, but they're definitely catching a lot.
What, the RO systems? Is that where I have to use one here? I'm not on well, I'm on city, and it's like 440 something ppms right out of the tap. So
Fucking city water?
yeah, 500 is the cutoff point. I'm not kidding you, dude. 500 is the cutoff point. So if they reach 500, they shut it down. And we're hovering like 430 to 440. So yeah, I was using, I was running out buying distilled water, and fuck that. So I had to get the RO. There was no way around it.
But it's definitely worth
brand?
collecting your air conditioning water than in the summer.
What's that? Grab the air conditioning.
Collecting your air conditioning water in the summer. And then watering with that, 'cause it's like perfect.
I do that.
Isn't there like a pathogen chance for pathogens in the water when you're doing that? I know who was
possibility, yes.
His and Her Grows was doing that when they set up their facility. They were reusing the water out of their dehues, and they had a problem with pathogens from the machines in the storage tanks, and had to actually, I forget how they remedied it, but they still use that water today. It's just somewhat treated before they use it on their plant.
Yeah, you got to filter it out, because that's sucking. So those dehumidifiers are pulling the air in through it and then drawing the moisture out. So it's trapping some of that shit that might be in the air, right? That's what I'm thinking, right? I don't know. I'm using bro science on construction.
Yeah. Cleaning the filter and then cleaning the tank, or if you're bypassing the tank with a hose or something. keeping everything clean is definitely would be important.
Right.
I use my I got central AC, so I use the AC that just has the tube piss outside. I use that for my outdoor plants, but I don't think it's any different than using something out of the faucet, other than it's just clean.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something I'm not willing to fuck around with. Uh-oh, drum solo. Why is everyone so quiet? What happened?
I'm cooking.
I was just answering a question in chat because Dr. Buzz was saying the RO water leaches minerals, but I don't know. I guess I don't see that as being as big of an issue as what people make it to be. I don't think. And even if it does, any water you add in there is gonna take up soluble nutrients. That's why they're called soluble nutrients, because they're soluble in water. And the fucking whatever that water is picking up. So say you remove 300 parts per million from that through your RO system, you get it down to 10 or whatever. All you're talking about is a little bit of extra soluble nutrients that water could hold. And even if that water could hold 900 or 1,000, 1,500 parts per million, whatever, it's still gonna fucking be able to do that with the soluble nutrients and minerals that are in there. It's not gonna fucking melt rock though. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't gonna, I don't know. Like that's all I'm saying. It ain't as
I
big
get
as
you.
what I think people make it to be. That's all.
I love the way fucking Blaze Daily gave us the nice reminder that we just went crickets through the fucking 20. When we could have been listening to Dad's song and shit, covering that time. He just gave us a 58-minute warning and shit. I just thought, yeah, that damn song would have been good, Eric Kempfill, right there. Yeah.
Oh,
Why don't
I'm
you
at
slow
30.
down?
I got 32 ppms out of my RO now right now.
I'm gonna pop out, guys. I'll see you guys.
Seth, later, man.
Thank you for popping in, brother.
The St. Bernard's saying it leaches our minerals the same way as biochar, and I agree. But biochar is holding those. That's a cation exchange. So if you have empty cation exchange sites, it's going to grab some stuff. And that's kind of, I don't know, I guess water is not really like cation exchanging, but it is capable of, it's a solution. It's salt.
Are we talking this is a problem like in living soil or like a soil medium versus someone like me using salts that I'm just adding all the nutrients and all the minerals and shit back in?
Yeah, well, so there's arguments. I mean, not arguments, but there's, I guess, lines of discussion on it as being a possibly a bad thing to strip the water all the way down and then pour it into your system. And I'm just saying that it's my opinion. I've been doing it for years, and I don't think it's as big of an issue as what people kind of make it out to be. And I think really, if you had a certain amount of, hard water, I think you're a lot better off going to, reverse osmosis, bringing it down to a zero and running with that versus trying to go with adding bicarbonates. Because I think the bicarbonates are going to tie up a fuck of a lot more nutrients in the soil than your fucking RO water did. So
Just again, I think the RO for soil's an overkill. Yeah, with you.
For soil.
I think for soil, if you're like in hydro, DWC, something like that, I could definitely see the benefit of an RO system. But I don't.
if you're reusing your soil, though, you're fucking running cycle after cycle like I am. That's exactly the issue I just ran into with my well water. Is I had those high bicarbonate levels, and that was causing me all these kind of weird issues going through flower and whatever. And in my opinion, since I've gotten the filter and gone that RO way, it's alleviated a lot of those weird things. So.
Well, I think that's a
Drink
key
water.
thing to add to the argument, though, Smiley, is the reuse of the soils. A lot of people don't necessarily reuse, so there's a great amount of buildup during that one cycle isn't as big of a factor. You know what I mean? As to where you're reusing soil and it's cycle after cycle slowly creeping up on you. With that in mind, I can definitely see the benefit there. But for most people, myself included, I'm just getting to the point where I'm looking into reusing again. So as I would have went forth in this here garden, in this setup, that might, as I reuse soil, that might have been something that I might want to consider. But for the most part, gardeners that aren't doing it, I think they could get by with for one cycle type water. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying?
I agree, Ego, but I'm not like I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying like that's gonna remove certain things, and if you don't know where your water's at, then you should have it tested to see what's in there, and you know what I'm saying, and then you'll have a better understanding, I guess. But, hey, what's up? Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway.
I'm still shocked that Stoney's water's so high. Look, I've stayed in Flint. I don't think we had numbers.
You know what?
Point.
I thought about it for a while, and you know what? I mean, I'm fucking surrounded by farms, right? So what runs off of their fucking fields, right? Fucking loaded with all kinds of pesticides, all kinds of shit. So that's another reason why I was like, I don't know why it's so high. I was gonna call the village, whatever, and talk to him and see what's going on, but it's like fuck that. I'm just gonna get the RO system and be done.
And I like talking about it because honestly, Eagles run that his filter forever too. So you know what I mean, it's all dependent, I think, in situation too. But I just, for the most part, I don't think the RO is really all a big deal for any of it. And I think in my mind's eye, it's almost kind of essential in like running a hydro type setup where you're trying to control the balance of the nutrients that are going in that solution. You know what I'm saying? Like that's basically all you're doing. And when you raise, you add more or you raise EC, you're just increasing that balance. You know what I mean? It still should be in balance in theory or whatever, but if you have like miscellaneous stuff in there that you're not aware of, say it's 100 parts per million, you know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck that is. You know what I mean?
Right.
When you're trying to really maintain a balance, you can throw some shit out of balance with 100 parts per million of the wrong shit in there. That's all.
Yep. The next thing you know, you're treating it for something that it's not because you don't realize it's all out of whack. It's some other fucking weird thing going on,
Yeah, and those are the weird issues, man. Like I'm just saying, like it's spooky what kind of some of them things will pop up and you'll chase your tail thinking it's this or that. And it's like, I don't know. In my mind's eye, like that's why I went to RO even when I was running cocoa, is because I wanted to know, what was in the water and what was getting put in. So if I'm measuring those parts per million, I want to know that those parts per million are all in the balance that I put in there. Whatever line of nutrient you're running, they all, you know what I mean? If it's 1 part or 3 part or whatever, it's all a balance in that solution,
Yep. That's why I do it. I mean, I don't know how much. Plus, I don't want to give my plants fucking fluoride. Shit tons of chlorine and chloride and everything else.
Well, fluoride will dissipate in 24 hours, just leaving it, open in an open container, kind of evaporate into the.
Yeah, I know a lot of it will evaporate, right? But then you got to have a holding tank in 24 hours. And it's just more dicking around, which we're always trying to do less dicking around in the garden, right? We're always trying to streamline it a little bit more. So,
But
it is what it
Yeah.
is, right? Everyone's got to do what you got to do to make your shit work.
you know, and Smile, I will give you credit, man. I have known a lot of really good growers that have struggled for a fucking good year, trying to, figure out what they were doing wrong, even in a newer soils like I'm talking about, where they weren't necessarily reused a few runs and couldn't figure out what the fuck they were doing wrong, and then fucking invested into an RO system, and everything was like gold. They never even thought about checking the water. You know what I mean? They were looking for bugs, they were looking for lockouts, fucking nutrient deficiencies. Couldn't fucking crack that nut. In fact, just ultimately made more problems for themselves when they could have probably eliminated a lot of that headache starting off with a good one. I'll give you that some credit with that.
Yeah, you start chasing your tail, right? I don't know. I think for me, growing in DWC, that whole situation, everything's sterile. Everything's, sorry guys. Everything's alcohol and bleached out, this and that. And then you're just kind of just secluding those roots in that one little tiny space in that bucket and just giving them exactly what they need at that time that they need it. So by doing that, I've been more cautious on like feeding and doing stuff, but I am finding mostly too that I don't need fucking CalMag anymore. I've been experimenting with not using it, and I don't see a fucking problem in my plants really at all. Maybe in some situations, but so far it's been kind of weird. I've just heard other people dropping it. No.
There you go. I was gonna say I want to touch on that, but go ahead, you go.
No, I
I was asking if he was getting rid of it.
Oh, throwing it away, you mean? I'll hang on to whatever.
Just not adding it anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I have not been adding any CalMag, no, for like about a month and a half, 2 months now.
And what change did you make in order to do that?
I'm sorry?
Did you change anything else, or you just took it out and?
No, I heard. I forgot what show. I heard someone yapping about it. Maybe it was a Chad Westport thing. I think it was a Chad Westport one. And they were talking about CalMag, and someone was like, yeah, I don't use it in chat, and a bunch of people are, oh, you don't need it. It's a waste of money and does time, blah, 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 blah. So I started looking at, some of my stuff a little bit deeper and what's in there. And I'm like, well, it does have calcium and it does have magnesium already. So it's like, well, fuck it. Let me just go without it. I mean, if they start freaking out, then I'll throw a little CalMag on them, right? I'll be fine. And so far, nobody's done anything weird. Everything's fucking straight up normal.
So that's what I was gonna say. Like, I know Wolverine Grower has said it, and I know I've heard Dr. MJ Coco say it too. Like, a lot of that is just because think about it, man. Like, the mixture they put together is to be in a certain ratio in solution. Whether you added enough to have that 1,000 parts per million or 1,500 or 2,000. So when you say you have a need to add calcium and magnesium to that, what you're theoretically saying is that the balance that they gave you in that mix is not good enough, and you're going to correct the balance with more magnesium and more calcium and nitrogen.
Right.
Basically.
Because the feed schedule told me I need it,
Well, no, but I'm just trying to talk it through. It's not even a style that I'm, doing and familiar with and in right now, but I'm just trying to talk it through, because some of the shit you hear said, it's like, well, I don't think you really stopped and thought about that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're really, what are you doing? You're throwing it out of proportion. And like what I was getting at is, like, Dr. MJ will say, like, if you're seeing that deficiency, raise your parts per million or whatever. Raise the amount of feed that you're giving it, not just adding,
CalMag, right?
Because that balances what they've calibrated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
So this is kind of what I did do. So what I did was when I dropped the CalMag, I did bump up, and not much, like another millimeter to 2 millimeters per gallon on my feed, because I was always very low anyway. So I kind of did two things at once. I raised the EC up because I was always running real low, and I dropped the CalMag, and everything's been really great. So
what kind of CalMag were you running though?
Well, I had two different kinds. I had the GH Cali Magic or whatever, and then I got the Botanicare CalMag.
Is that organic or not? I was just gonna say there's pretty much two different ones, but what people don't realize, like that Cali Magic is the calcium nitrate and magnesium nitrate. So you're adding nitrate with it, you know what I mean? Like it's adding nitrate too. So
right.
That's what I'm trying to. I guess that's the point I'm trying to get across is like, what are you doing to the balance that came from? These guys put that shit together. They, you know what I mean? They don't just whimsically throw all that shit together and I guess probably some of them do put a fucking marketing package on it, but
exactly.
A lot of them put a lot of thought into that though. You know what I mean? Like that's what their fucking research is to make that balance right.
Right. So like Mills pays the bills. I was given 2 starter kits from my grocery store to try it out because they're being wooed by them. And so I was asking them, I'm like, okay, so I looked through the kit, and usually you look through those starter kits, they all have some sort of CalMag in there, right? And this one didn't have it. And I said, oh, no CalMag? And they were like, no, the guy said it's already in the product. And I started talking with the guy a little bit more, and he's like, pretty much it's in all the products. So, I mean, he goes, sometimes it's kind of pretty much a fucking waste,
Well, a lot of that is a gimmick. And trying to think of who was just talking about this. It might have been that Nick from Rooted Leaf. Is that it? Rooted Leaf? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Rooted Leaf. Yes.
He does that with Hoda Herb or whatever on the FCP2. But Nick was talking about that. Like cannabis plants have an ability to like absorb and hold a ton of fucking nitrogen. Like that's like a weird thing, and kind of, I guess like the sinister angle of that would be if fertilizer companies know that shit, they could you can run way higher doses than you actually need to because the plant's capable of tolerating it. You know what I mean? So it's not going to get burnt as quick, so to speak, as like other plants, I guess. That was a pretty interesting fact because like you hear so many people say like just start at half dose or a third quarter dose, whatever, and it's like so true,
That's
I've
you know
always
what?
ran
That's how I
half
did it.
all the time. Then I was with the soil mentality. I just figured if it was always available constantly, there would be no problems. It should just take up what it needs, and there shouldn't be no real buildup. And I've also kind of thought as that goes, any nutrient program that says it has to be flush is expecting some type of buildup in the soil that you should be flushing out at some point. So I've always kind of perused down their instructions, and the flushes in the menu there. I've kind of went, maybe.
Well, wouldn't it be but mostly for salts? On my end, I'm using salts, so it'd be just to get that salt, break it down, get it out. So I flush it out at week 6, or whenever I know I'm going to have 2 weeks left to go with the plant, I'll flush it out, and then I switch over from the salts, and I'm just back guano and maybe a little dollop of molasses here or there, and that's about it for the next 2 weeks. And that's that.
It's kind of cool too. Like, I guess if you really look into those schedules, like when they all flip to their bloom, you know, they'll have like the veg part and then they'll have the bloom part. And if you really look at a lot of the balances there, like when you dig into it, there's a real key between the balance of magnesium, potassium, calcium. And a lot of what they're doing there is playing with that balance to where they're shifting up potassium and certain things. So a lot of like, even to go into where you're like, haha, my bloom booster, I'm going to fucking really get big buds and dose that, right? Like a lot of what you're doing too is throwing that a lot of out of balance. You know what I mean? Like it's still, you're making that part way the fuck out of whack from where the other ones are. So like that's, I don't know, just food for thought to anybody that's following advice on how to push your plants. You know what I mean? Because I like that whole idea that they can take up way the fuck more nitrogen than they need or can use. You know what I mean? Like that right there is kind of like, well, how are you going to push a plant when you can't? It's like trying to push, you know what I'm saying? It's like rubber. You're not moving it anywhere. You're just pushing into the rubber. You're not doing anything extra. It's just absorbing it. That's all. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It might as fucking stone.
Totally makes sense. Thank you for making sense of that. I get it, but you know, it always, like Eagle was saying too, I always thought the plant would just, you know, like us, we'll just take what we need, and I don't need that extra nitrogen. But these plants, like you said, though, they suck this shit right up, man. They'll hold on to it, you know. So,
well, it's just food for thought too. Like if somebody out there is thinking I'm gonna add whatever, bat guano was in chat, or you know what I'm saying, fucking terpenate or whatever else. Like you just got to think like, what fucking is that, and how's that gonna affect the balance of all that shit? You know what I mean? And is it gonna be a beneficial thing or not? And a lot of times, not. So, because it's so easy, you walk around to events and you get all your free fucking samples from everybody, and you're just gonna run every fucking additive that you got from every fucking company and. I don't know. Everybody that starts growing is going to do a side by side and fucking, I got to have this nutrient and this nutrient. You know what I mean? It's like, so I'm just trying to throw it out there for people to be like, oh, that makes sense, hopefully.
That's most grow stores, any bright-eyed, bushy-tailed new grower shit, listening to 90% of these shows. But Power SI, I got to run to the store, give me some more Power SI. You know what I mean? It's the guy at the grocery store that sees the fucking newbie fucking bright-eyed bushy tail going, come here, you need this, and this. That's fucking, we all been through there and seen that shit. It's fucking, they push the shit. They purposely want you to overstock your shelves and add all these little bits of shit to your garden that are unnecessary.
I did like the mills though. It was kind of nice. It was a nice system. It's just an A and B, and then they actually have a silicate, which is basically the same shit as that Power side. And then they have one additive per stage that you're in, and that's it. So it's really like 4 or 5 bottles total. And that's it. Not like the normal 35 things, you know, your 17 different bud. You know, this week you add this shit, and then next week you add this stuff, and then you start looking at what's in there, NPK, and it's like, man, it's almost identical. It's like only a digit off from this one, you know, and you go down to the next one. So that one's only 2 off. You start, I mean, it should have like, in my mind, when I started looking at this shit, because I had a buddy who's using advanced, and I'm just like, man, I'm looking at that shit, and I'm like, fuck, that shit's expensive, you know? And I'm like, is it really that much better than that other shit, which was GH at the time? That's what I was looking at. I'm like, I don't know, man. These guys are from NASA, made this shit. it's got to be pretty fucking good. They've been around longer. So I started using it, and my plants are like fucking better than his. And I actually started off using the just the 3-part. I didn't have like all the crazy additives, you know. So I don't know. To me, that dude's making a lot of fucking money. How many different bottles are in that line? It's probably the most expensive one that I've ever seen.
Yeah. No, I know, man. That'd be weird.
I mean, I'm not knocking. I'm sure it's good stuff. My buddy's not the smartest guy in the world either. So, but it's just, you know, I don't know, man. I'm always looking for like just an all-in-one thing. Just scoop it out, dump it in, and mix it up and go. You know. And I'm actually talking with one company called Psycho, and they have a commercial. It's a powder, and it's just a veg and a bloom, and that's it. And everything's supposed to be in each one of them that you need. So they're willing to. They're gonna send me some of that stuff, and I'm gonna give it a shot. A couple months when I get through with all this other crap that I got here.
Really believe with the curve of things right now that the salt game is really going to end up being for the large scale grow,
Right.
and just people that just are wanting to play and push the plant. I think organics, and I had never a year ago would thought I'd see myself saying this, but even big ag is realizing that these days it's not even sustainable to try to, with their farming practices, to keep trying to feed the soil. It's just a cheaper benefit for a regenerative farm. You know, it's just they've realized it's the most cost-effective way to grow. What's up,
Yep.
Bingus?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Bingus, what's going on, man?
How's it going? I had
Good.
had,
I was
a,
just
had an
gonna-
interesting dream, and I woke up. And I said, "Fuck, I need to take a bong ride." And on my
I see.
computer, I'm like, "Holy shit, these guys are still going!" So I'm going to jump on. Fuck
I
it.
seen that name popped up and I thought, man, Bingus's sleeping schedule must be fucked up. He's usually checking out right about now. You pop on, you're all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Cheers. Good morning, bro.
Cheers, buddy.
Hey, actually, I was asleep, and I woke up, and I couldn't go back to sleep, and I thought, "Fuck." So, and I turned on my computer, and oh fuck, it's Monday. Fuck, I never know what day it is, guys. I'm serious. It's like they just all blend together. So I went, well, fuck. I thought yesterday was Monday, and I was on the wormhole, and it was Sunday. So what the fuck difference does it make what day it is, really? Cheers, chat.
Cheers.
Good to see you, Stoney.
What's up?
Smiley. Greeenfingers. My uncle.
It's always a good day when Bingus is in the house. It doesn't matter what the fuck day it is.
Right.
Martial artists are. Bingus appears like magic. So, Smiley.
I was looking for a chart that I had from Aptus, and it was pretty cool, but it would show like through the development of flower, like kind of where certain nutrients come on and whatever. So like, I don't know. It was a pretty interesting one, but I can't find it. So.
I'd like to see that.
It fades in nutrient uptake in 1 to 3, and it wants P after that, more P after 3. Push for P.
Zippy can't sleep either.
He-
Zippy's a good friend of mine. He's in chat. We talk all the time. He's an older gentleman. He likes to call me grandpa. I'm younger than he is. Dad. Just saying. He gives me a hard time all the time, which she's allowed. Dad, you know. Good guy though.
Well, you got insulted earlier, Bingus, with that. You weren't there though, unfortunately.
What
I was
happened?
I was trimming. I went on live on Instagram, and I don't know if you know G-Bay.
Can't say I
He's
do.
like a Viking looking dude. Well, I
Okay.
had my my trim glasses on, and I had my hat on like this, and they said that I looked like you, and then I took off my hat. And they're like, "Holy shit, it's Bingus's fucking son." And I'm like
Yeah,
talking to him like this. And stuff.
pretty
Like,
much, dude. Right on, buddy.
I need them for trimming, man. I'm at that age. I got cheaters laying all over the house, you know.
I have many sons out there. I'm noticing. Who was it was yesterday? NV was on, right? We used to laugh when I was on panel with him about because he accused me of being his dad, looking like his dad. Only his dad has bushier eyebrows. Like, oh, I shaved them down, son. You know, and so I give him a hard time about that. There's advantages to being bald because there's a lot of freaking bald guys out there, guys. You know, and there's a lot of dented headboards. Just saying.
I agree.
When you have when you have a high testosterone level, it makes your hair grow inward to give you that outward endurance.
Exactly. That's what I keep telling all the ladies.
Yeah. I can't get them to
Oh,
listen anymore. Damn it.
The George Costanza when he fucking would oil up. Remember that he had the one the lady he'd oil up and want to rub his bald head all over her body.
Oh my god.
Who hasn't done that at least once with that bald head? That's all.
Oh yeah.
My guess was last night I was not lucky enough to have MB. He was in chat. My great guest last night was Loyalty Organics.
He's a good guy. He's
he said,
once you get to know him, he's pretty
yeah, he's a really good guy.
He's an encyclopedia of cannabis, I call him. We're just, where's NV? I need to know. Just and I'm like, okay, take notes, you know. And now he's going to school. Of course, last night he said he's taking a break. So he's going to have a degree to back his knowledge, which is interesting because he kind of went the reverse route, right? Gain the knowledge without going to school. The problem is when you want to get work in the commercial field where there's, dude, they are begging for guys with knowledge. Seriously. And if you have the documents to back it, you can press some good buttons there. Just saying. Anyway. Well, now I'm wide awake. Fuck. I better take some
I
rest.
thought you were coming on to argue with me like I was saying something wrong or whatever.
Oh, man. Smiles, man. Brother Smiles? Come on. How do you argue with that? You can't.
No,
Everybody has their opinion, and you know what? A lot of people have died so that we can have our opinion, and probably needlessly. And so I'm all about having an opinion and respecting others' opinion. I don't always agree, and nor do I associate with people that I don't agree with because they end up pissing me off, and then I might say something that I shouldn't. You know, so I didn't used to feel that way. I would just say, "What the," just hey.
No filter.
I wasn't really saying nothing to disagree with. We were just having back and forth for information's sake, whatever.
I'm not here to disagree.
Yeah, I see weed grown, amazing weed grown all sorts of different ways. I've said that before.
That's right. Smiley's not a perlite fan. That's right.
Yeah, fuck perlite.
I kind of have a rub with him there, I think, unintentionally. I tell you what,
I'm using my perlite, man. I have to.
Raspberries like perlite, though, Smiley. Just saying.
Yeah, that is see.
Dude, they're beautiful. Beautiful plant. I can see that White Widow influence, and I just transplanted the platinum cake into a 3-gallon bucket, so she's almost hitting the reservoir. She's gonna like perlite too. Using salts and doing alternate mediums, I must say organics is probably the best weed I've ever tasted consistently. Okay. However, I've grown some really good stuff with salts as long as I flesh it well. It's right up there in the same tastiness right? Um,
They absolutely are, dude. It's silly to say they're not. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely are.
So the beauty of taking my time and just kind of not being forced to really under a gun or a timeline or anything like that is you get really some good buds, and those buds go to those that need it. And you can't get that. You can't get that, man, at a dispensary. There's just no way. 'Cause
I think the dispensaries they have
Why
such big hurdles in a lot of cases too.
they
where
do.
sit on that shit for so long before it even hits the shelf. Like, yeah,
Because of the requirements of all the bullshit that they have to go paperwork and da 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 da. Fuck.
Yeah.
I just like, come on, really? All right.
but it's silly to say that all they sell is bullshit weed because you
No.
know damn well these places are not spending. You know what I mean? They do not have the high tech equipment and the best fucking educated people in it working for them, running it. Like, they're not. I don't. They're not all busting out booth. Like, I mean, it's silly to say that. There's so many killer operations that have the fucking most high tech shit out there.
Yep.
They're fucking studying it, watching data. They're fucking zeroing in on shit. Like, it's silly to say that that's not going to come out fucking fire. Like,
That's
they have
right.
the best genetics. They have the best fucking access to all that shit. It's like the fucking NASCAR league. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to take your sedan out there and beat the NASCAR boys at Daytona. It's just the fucking, you know what I mean?
Who is it? Dark Horse Genetics, right? He did a dispensary for a while. And I'm not sure if he grew and did that. I can't remember in the interview, but the best dispensaries are the ones that are growing their own stuff, right? And supplying their customers that way. But you can't disagree because of competition. I mean, that's one of the thing about, the market in general is, capitalism. If you're not on your game, you're going under. Don't relax because somebody's right there. And especially when you're talking quality, right? Somebody's right there with the next best strain, the next best method. Hey, I can get the red light to do this and bring out that terpene, which I'm testing, and just fuck. It's like, okay, and so yeah, you can't relax. But nothing beats, Smiley, I think, in my humble opinion, a natural growing system and a human with great intentions taking their time caring for the plant. You can't really, it's hard to get that on a commercial level,
I don't know, man. They do it outdoors out west. Like, like I see flyovers of some of these farms. Well, I mean, like, whatever. People will talk shit, but I think their flowers look gorgeous. But like Honeydew Farms is one of the bigger ones. Like, you know what I mean? It's unbelievable when you see the flyovers of that farm and like.
Or do they go through and touch and feel the plants?
I would imagine at some point they have people that are. I don't think one single person gets to. But
Honeydew is a little more
for it, and you have a good staff. I don't see why that would be any different. I don't know.
That's my point. A lot of these commercial places that I've seen are just fairly robotic. Anyway.
And no, Honeydew is pretty legit though.
It's all situational. I always fall back to that, right? Whenever we start crossing hairs.
Well, and no doubt, I'm speaking from ignorance too. I've never smoked honeydews. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these, I've only seen them on pictures, but I'm just saying, like,
but yeah,
you guys are fucking years of experience, decades of experience. Like,
well, when you look at it, you can tell.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, no, you're right. When you look at it, you can tell, like, dude, that's got to be good. Right.
Yeah.
So, because you know what a good looks like, right? So
sometimes it looks good, but it ain't always good.
I've had those. Like, man, and then you go, what the fuck? I'm not getting off here. What the hell?
Smell good, look good.
Smells
so
great.
good.
Nice. And those that See, I'm biased. I've learned that. I try not to be, but people will let me know. Like for instance, the DJ Short Blueberry. Don't have much demand for it. I love it. It's beautiful. Da da da. It has a mystique to it, but when it comes to getting the job done, they're preferring other things. So I don't know if it's the sign of the times or I don't know. You know what I mean? I just go with what moves and what people need. I think is what what they want, what they need. I listen. I ask everybody, tell me. Like they'll come back and I'll say, what about this, this, this? And they won't say much. I'm like, all right. And then, but they will talk about, hey, you got any more of that, And I'm like, all right. And I make a note, right, to their preferences. Then I take those and I put it on a sheet on my computer and I start noticing the patterns. And it's okay. So, but that's unique to my small little pocket of sliver of nothing. You know what I mean? And everybody's would be different. I'm sure of that, because not everybody's got the same type of problems, illnesses, what have you. But again, that's that sliver of freedom I've been talking about a lot lately. People want the freedom we've been promised. And it's about the only way I've ever been able to create it in my whole life, even though I've gotten in trouble with it a couple of times. I keep going back because that was the only way to get out of trouble, which I don't know, that sounds a little nonsensical. But
So
they,
true, though.
they want fucking money, man. It's like, all right.
Don't think that they don't know that either, Bingus.
Oh,
It's a hamster wheel. They got to keep the business rolling, man. Okay?
My first parole officer that I actually got to sit down with was a real grizzly African American dude that could definitely kick my ass. And he just had his arms crossed, looking at me very sternly. And I took out my checkbook and I put it on the counter. And he uncrossed his arms and his whole demeanor changed. And I was like, okay, I'm starting to get the picture here. He goes, are you going to pay your fine? I go, yeah. Or your monthly fee? I go, yeah, I'd like to pay 6 months in advance. And he goes, great. Dude, we never had an issue as long as I was doing stuff like that, right? But if I didn't grow weed, guess what? I couldn't fucking do that. All right. So he knew. And it was just all about the numbers for him. Are you going to, and then he would say, see these files here? And, some of them were like 8 inches thick, right? I don't want your file to look, see your file, it's like this. It's just beginning, right? I want it to remain that way. This 8-inch file, no, that's not good. In other words, non-profitable, profitable. Like, okay, I got it, Chief. And I've never had both times, especially on the cannabis charges, no problems with my parole officers. You just got to play the game, man. When you're in baseball, you step up to the plate properly and you don't break the rules and you try to hit as many home runs as you can. I mean, fuck. Right?
The good old days, man.
I'm glad I'm out of that, man. Fuck. Once
Just
they
wanna
get
say
you too,
cheers.
man.
Good morning to Modern. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yes.
No,
man,
dude,
good
I'm
morning.
just babbling. Modern, what's going on, brother?
What's up, everybody? I slid in here.
Definitely high as shit right
It's
now.
nice to see you.
See, I went to sleep and lost my high. That's the fucking problem.
That's what's up. So we got to get power aside then, or we're not growing the fucking sticky icky.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that's expensive too, isn't it?
I gotta look up the dude on Instagram, but he fucking been doing these little shorts where he's wearing like a mop part or whatever over his head, and he's got a hat on and shit, and he's like saying he's a consultant and whatever. He's all fucking, he's got like a video and he's like, yeah, this is where I mix the cow mag in and shit. It's fucking hilarious, man.
That's what it was.
Foss. A lot of foss.
I thought that was real. I thought somebody was just really high and they did their shit, but that was fucking funny as fuck when I saw that shit. I started crying when I saw that shit.
I gotta see that.
Yeah,
I gotta look it up. I'll send it to you. It's
it
fucking
was funny as fuck.
Yeah, I like that drummer dude too. That was cool. You sent me playing all three Steves.
There's a lot of eminence fronts out there. I think is iMedic in the chat room. I've seen him over. I kind of Spider Farmer sponsors me. Thank you, Spider Farmer.
Hey, me too. I got a light.
Right on, brother.
Cheers to that.
And they, the sales manager contacted me by email and said, "Would you please go look at this video? Because this guy is trashing Spider Farmer." I'm like, okay. So I went over there, and sure enough, this guy was sponsored by Mars Hydro, which I will say I've had some issues with. And he was basically downplaying the Spider Farmer with some like coding issue or some.
Oh, is that the flaking material that
Yeah,
the
yeah,
waterproofing was coming off? I saw a picture blurb. I'm like, oh my God, what an idiot.
But so I went in there and slapped him around a little bit, which I don't normally do, but I did it as kindly as possible. And he wasn't doing, he was being very negative about it, trying to say that his 20 years of experience as an electrician or whatever give him the right to downgrade Spider Farm, which he's never tried. And of course, now they're going to send him a light. And I told him, you're stupid. Why? I go, the guy's sponsored by Mars Hydro. What, you're going to try to convert him? Okay, great. But you're playing right into his hands because that's exactly what he wants you to do. Right? Send me a light, man, and I'll shut up. It's like extortion, And so now I'm in this conversation with Spider Farmer. It's kind of funny. But there's a lot of that going on where you get this sensationalism with no credibility, right? I'm saying it, so it's got to be true. These flakes are falling on your plants and creating tremendous nitrogen extremities, and I'm just like, what? It's like, have you ever tried that? No, I have a Mars. I'm like, okay. Oh wow, okay. So obvious, right? But I like Spider Farm. I like HLGs. I like pretty much every light I've tried.
Well, that's because pretty much every light that you try is pretty much all the fucking same. There's really no difference, guys. Listen, I am a fucking electrician. I'll tell you this: the diodes are all the same. They all are using the same fucking Samsung. If you're getting a top light, now if you're paying, $100 for a light that looks like the one that's going for $5 or $6, you're gonna get what they call bin, or like a lower bin number, a bin. So they got them listed as bin categories.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll just get you'll just get like a B or C model versus the A, right? It comes down to the driver also.
Yes.
Meanwhiles are very good. But the other thing is sometimes these guys don't match up the drivers correctly, I feel, to the diodes, what the diodes are doing or what they can do. Sometimes that's why when they overpower it a little bit, that's why when you crank it up, if you have a dimmer on them and you'll crank it up, there's going to be you'll see a fluctuation right before you top out like that. It'll just kind of
overclocking it.
Yeah. So it's holding back.
And they'll back off on the heat sink somewhat, which Spider Farmer didn't do, by the way.
I have their little 3000 and it's pretty fucking nice. I got it in a 4x4.
Well, you got the bar. You got the bar light. I love the bar light. Easy to assemble, quick, easy. But here's the thing about Spider Farmer that I'm learning: they're huge. This company is worldwide. I'm wondering I was just wondering where they fit. I'm gonna have to ask them, I guess. I hope they've been pretty truthful with me, but and so when you're that big, right, the sheer volume gives you a lot of clout and maneuverability to do things. But here they are with this guy, right? And they've got more than one person trying to please this guy that's just milking them. And I'm just like, wow. And so, you know, they're naive because they're from different countries. So I'm like, hey, you guys need to smarten up a little bit here. Yeah, it's the land of the home and the free, but there's something behind that.
They didn't tell you about the shady part.
Did you guys catch any of GML at all? Like he hasn't been on and stuff, and then he had a live.
I heard something about it, but no, I never seen it. What happened?
I was just listening to the live. So this is something he's out there about. I'm not trying to like spread rumor, but I just found it interesting. But like NV was in chat, and there was some buzz going around, like him and HLG kind of weren't together or whatever. But he was talking about it today, and it was something about a test that he had done. And the efficiency they were putting out on their advertising wasn't the efficiency that he got back from independent study or whatever. So I guess that's what but yeah, that's the whole breakup or whatever. So he's not with HLG anymore, affiliated with Steve and all that, but it was all based off like a 10 or I forget what it is. Yeah, it was like, they claimed it was 3.2% or something U-moles per joule or whatever that metric is, and it came out to be like 3.08, something like that. So it's like,
so they were close.
Still pretty good.
but I don't know. I mean, I just what
No, I hear you. No, dude,
that was the reasoning that he was.
This is why I don't get
live,
into selling lights or any of that shit. I did that for a while. Cutthroat, mother, terrible, you know. And I was selling volumes to hemp farms and shit like that. I mean, Steve and Amant, they liked me, even though GML was like, get fucking rid of bingus, you know, and didn't really care for me too much. Steve was like, keep it coming, man. I mean, he was even saying, hey, you know, maybe let's go out on the road and, you know, start traveling around to these hemp farms. And I'm like, dude, you know, because it's too much work. But it was fun. It was part of my learning curve, basically. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it was hard. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that for a fucking living. Are you kidding me? No. Yeah. Going around convincing hemp farms or other farms to grow indoors. And it wasn't that hard to convince them. I mean, because you could just, you know, a lot of hemp farms, they are afraid to be tested because they're going to be hot, and they don't just pick, they randomly pick. So they're like going, pick the right one, right? And I go around and I would talk to them about, hey, why not grow indoors? Get the clones that work, because they didn't like to do clones. They want to do seeds because it's outdoor, and they would you know, clones don't do quite as well evidently because of rodent issues or what have you. And just go indoors and make your strain the one that when they tested it's on point every time. And dude, they liked it. They liked that idea. And hemp farms usually have like barns and shit that they're not using. And so they're like, hey, yeah, well, give me 50 lights and let's try this. And I'm like, cool. You know, and they, every one of them would be like, yeah. So it wasn't like a replacement, but it would be like an additional market where they could guarantee, you know what I mean? Like, okay, you want the good, here we are, right? And they could make higher amounts because it was a predictable end result. And it was interesting. I really enjoyed learning, but a lot of work, man. Fuck. Farming, large agricultural, like 600 acres. You're dealing with tractors that are big as houses. And I mean, it's crazy. I was like, wow. So it's fun. It was interesting.
Yeah. I just find it. I don't know. I mean, like I'm not against HLG. I'm not on either side of it. I just found it interesting.
Me either.
It's like, yeah, it wasn't very long ago. It was like last year when they slamming chilled LED for a similar thing where they had claimed like 2.1 and it was like 2.03 or something on their independent study and whatever. But I mean, some of that the game gets so silly to me where it's like.
I agree.
I don't know. It's just all about fucking bragging rights. A lot of that, and I think the fact that they're all trying to embellish them, it kind of makes it obvious that that's all about fucking bragging rights. I mean, like I don't know. The light performs. You know what I mean? A lot of them lights perform fabulous. Like the plant don't fucking know what your U-mole is or what model or you know what I mean? Like
Right.
How many moles you got on your back? They don't care. So it's like, no, you're right. And even though they didn't hit the mark, right? I bet if they tweaked the light a little bit, they could have.
So let me ask you this though: isn't that dude growing like at a large scale with all those fucking little 500s or 600s or whatever he's got hanging all over the place?
Who?
GML, doesn't he have a shit ton of those fixtures?
yeah,
I mean,
the whole room, dude, it was fucking ceiling tiled with the fucking things. Yeah, like there was
tiled with it.
yeah.
Wow.
So
We
my
had to
take
take it
on
down and
so
fix
my
it.
I don't know. If I was running in a commercial setting and being an electrician, knowing a little bit, I probably wouldn't use anything that you can fucking buy or that you can afford. Like I'm going to the bigger boys. You know what I'm saying? Because these lights are meant for tents. These lights are meant for someone's basement. I don't think this is meant. They're meant for putting up 150 in a room.
Oh, I got you. I see.
Because here's the deal. I say
agree
this.
with
I
you.
say this because if I'm putting that fucking light in the tent, you're not going to need to run it at 100%. So you don't give a shit. You're going to be hitting the U moles you need, the plant needs anyways. By running it 80 or 60 or 75, whatever. But when you're running in a commercial setting, you're running those fixtures up a lot higher. You've got them at 100%. And you just kind of, I don't know. I think he probably should have went with more of a commercial type light.
I agree with that totally. Like a lot of the companies that I've seen are adjustable for that, where they got stackable. I forget what they call that, pattern lighting or something, where they put a pattern on the ceiling and they stack them in there to have the proper amount of overlaps and all that shit, and it's like an enhancement effect if you stagger them right.
In GML's defense, he is HOG candidate. Okay, so he's going to match.
He
was.
Oh yeah. So he was on board. Yeah, I got you.
And so he's going to definitely want to support that effort.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
So I mean, but I, in a when you take away the lighting and really it's about growing, right? And the plant's going to tell you, and when you start splitting hairs, like a lot of guys do, even in our chat right now. When you start splitting hairs, you're not talking about growing, all right? Because the difference between these lights are so minor that the plants don't really give a shit. And I've proven that to myself several times. So I'm more focused on that, Now there's the scientific approach where people like to, I want the best of the best, I mean, dude, back when I was a kid, we used to, make hot rods and shit, right? So it's a who's got the biggest dick type thing, and it gets very competitive. And I see that mentality in the lighting industry, which, well, they came first, they copied that, whatever. I mean, dude, it's a square or it's a bar. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of designing to make these things, all right? To manufacture them efficiently to where you can get the cost in line and have enough volume, right, to support that is the key, right? So if you're worldwide, you're going to have an advantage. just because of the sheer mass of your ship. I mean, it's
I think of it like a golf club, dude. Like, okay, so we watched, I don't know, Tiger Woods, whoever, right? Like, he's sponsored by Nike. They design a fucking set of clubs just for him and his consistent swing, right? Well, now I'm the big dick dude that wants to play just like Tiger Woods, and I'm gonna fucking buy that club. That's exactly the way I think of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I'm a fan of GML. Like, I like GML and I watch his show.
I don't dislike. I like the guy
In
too.
my opinion, you
I
could
like them. I have no
totally
problem with them.
You could in my opinion, you could totally see he tiled the fucking ceiling like that because he knew people were gonna copy that. You know what I'm saying? And it was like way too much fucking light, but he knew people were gonna copy that, and you know people did. Like, there's probably people that did. They're like, oh, I'll fucking run it just like GML. Stack that shit in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, some of that stuff kind of you just like.
Happy
Well,
belated
The
420.
problem I have with those lights is they don't
Not to mute
drive
the
hard enough.
conversation.
You got to keep them down on the plant.
Eagle knows when to start that down.
Happy
some.
420.
Where'd you guys
Happy
go?
420.
You guys are like all gone. I can't see none of you guys.
Cheers, chat.
Flip your screen or something.
Oh, I just seen fucking Bingus, but he's frozen. That's crazy. Everybody's
I
gone
still
but
root for
Bingus.
the little guy a little bit.
Leave and
I
come
still
back.
swear by the smaller units like I had in the back tank here. Like, no names here, but the 300 series, most of these lights.
On.
3 fixtures for fucking each one around that 250 phase. 3 of them were perfect for that 4x8, which kind of checked in 750 or less, which is way less than you'd find most of those higher price fixtures for. For the home grower, those 3 lights, more efficient lights, are more than adequate. Unless you're actually worried about a larger production scale. If you're just worried about your meds, you know what I mean, growing your meds for personal use, I think the average grower would be better off spacing it out more like you guys were talking about, well, more panel with the economy fixtures.
Yeah.
It's
I
dollars
agree.
and cents. When you're in business, it's dollars and cents, guys, as you know. I mean,
Here's the
So-
thing, guys. I grew my first indoor plant, 8 feet tall with a bunch of those CFL bulbs. I did get a little 100-watt HPS at the end I threw on there, but by that time I already had it bent over, and I'm like, am I supposed to do, I was not going online to look up anything. I was not going to, go to no fucking bookstore and buy anything. I was deathly afraid the FBI was going to come through my fucking door. And plus with my last name and the shit I've had in the past, it's like, yeah, fucking A. I just don't want to be associated with that shit. So. But, I grew with those bulbs and I'm thinking to myself, fuck. So anything, if I grew with that and I grew an 8-foot tall plant with like 20 CFL bulbs, I guess should be pretty good with a fucking 300, 400, 500 watt fucking LED.
Yeah.
if I had my druthers, I would have a reasonably sized greenhouse outdoors, light depth, with supplement LED lighting inside, and take advantage of our sun,
Well,
which and I've seen so much better results outdoor in that type of controlled environment than indoor. All right, because it's something different. Like my blackberry, which is more of an indica, loves being outdoors, and I'm like, wow. So the strains that have hatched indoors, you take them outdoors and it's like a different expression or something. I don't know.
but you're talking the ultimate dream there now. Because, I mean, that's something we'd all love to have that. I know I would. Greenhouse, are you kidding me?
That'd
I'd
be awesome.
sleep in the damn thing.
For a while. I mean, shit. But I've seen those greenhouses. They're expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But they're cool, dude. We had 14 of them, which is fucking way too many. But I learned a lot there. And dude, again, commercial outfits that are really like $1 million operations, and if they're tightly run, they're looking for those shortcuts. All right. They're not looking at how many moles per joule. All right. They're looking for who's got the best volume price. And the guy that pushes the most volume in a manufacturing sense generally wins, unless they want to undercut their competition, which many times they do, you know. But we'd had guys come out there, oh, our light will, you can put this underwater. I'm like, dude, I don't need to, you know, we're not growing underwater, unfortunately. So
Right.
why would I pay more for that? Because, you know, yeah, it's like, so it's just all kinds of angles, and it just, I just get sick of it, you know. Grow, fucking grow. Your situation's different than mine. Excellent. We don't need to argue then, do we? Because it's not apples and apples, right? There you go.
Right.
Are we growing cannabis? Yes, let's get together on that aspect, because that's a good idea.
See,
Let's
I
keep
hate
doing
that where there's like this idea that there's some one right way to grow. And I love the back and forth. Honestly, that's one of the things I enjoy about the Cheap Home Grow show on Sundays too, is like Dr. MJ and Brandon will get firing back and forth on something, you know what I mean? And whatever, they're friends afterwards. To them, they're just throwing out information, you know what I mean? It's not like they know there's not some right answer that supposedly is out there, but in the back and forth, a lot of information comes out. You know what I mean? Like we were discussing water, you know, I don't fucking hate Eagle because he, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit gets stupid.
Dude, you know what you're explaining though is polarization. You got to have two opposites in order to polarize and grow. Without polarization, there's just no growth. And so friction happens when there's polarization. And being able to manage that and balance it, taking a few bong rips, is a good way to go.
Yeah, but iron sharpens iron too. So there's that where, you know, sometimes having a difference of opinion and then being able to share the reasons why, then you can communicate something and somebody else might go, oh, I understand what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because half the time the guys going back and forth fucking agree. You know what I'm saying? You're like, what are you talking about?
Splitting hairs. You gain a deeper understanding by not attacking, by just overseeing the battlefield. I don't know. I love interaction. Obviously, I'm here. I should be sleeping. So I mean, you know what I mean? And it's being able to balance it, I think, is what I'm trying to get at. And everything goes better for me with the plan. And so things that take away from the abilities for something, like a lot of people will freeze up when they see all these scientific little, you know, like, oh, this is that. No, you know, like, oh, fuck. Now, what do I do? You know, they get that anxiety and they freeze up instead of like, well, I'm just going to pop a seed and use the CFL for now and just see what happens. Because great, then you're going to make all those little beginning errors without a whole lot of investment. Excellent. And then do it again. Pretty soon it's going to get you. And you're going to be spending thousands of dollars on fucking lights and nutrients and all kinds of bullshit. So get ready.
Yeah.
Cheers,
I'll tell you.
poker.
I tell hey,
Smart.
It's fun.
Farmer Willie was here and was
Hey,
gone. I was getting ready to say hello. Hopefully he comes back. I already put him in the description. He better come back. Farmer Willie. Cheers, my poker.
Cheers to the weed nerd world.
Cheers, Frog Poker.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
Good to see
I
you.
just missed 420, so I'm trying to play a little catch up here, and
There you go.
can't find all my
Supercharged.
gear.
Supercharged.
Yeah, you know what though? If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't be buying. Maybe I'd buy the lights that I have, but I'd be buying them much later. My first thing I tell people that are going to get into it and want to start doing it, what should I get first? Should I do this? I'm like, get a tent, how, first I find out what they're going to do, how big, what are you going to grow? Okay, get a 4x4 tent. Okay, get a dehumidifier, get a little AC unit. What do I need all that for? Is that for the plant? No, that's going to be for the plant when you cut it down and you dry it. To me, getting the dry room and getting the top notch shit that's going to work, especially if you're doing like in a tent. So I got like a 4x8, so I could put like a little AC unit in there, vent it out. That's what I got going on. I got a dehumidifier and I vent it out. I was able to jerry rig a hose onto it and vent it right out the tent. So I'm able to control my conditions. When you do that, then you can, at least you have half a chance of producing, some quality smoke. I mean, it doesn't, regardless of how you're growing under the lights. I mean, if you have less powerful lights, it's just going to be smaller buds, right?
More larf. Thing is, back in those days, I'm thinking back, right? I mean, I grew a lot of shitty stuff, but we smoked joints, and it wasn't a real big. It wasn't what we are now, right? At all. Some people don't really. They're not so concerned as long as they get the effect that they're looking for, but others are really interested in variety. And I'm tired of it. Let's do this, which is fine. If you can provide that for people. But that's also the benefit of dispensaries, like Smiley was saying too. I mean, there are some good companies that are doing a very fine job, or they wouldn't be still doing it. That's for sure. There's a lot of other ones that are just dropping like flies, and probably for good reason. So, but just as long as we can all keep growing, man. Like Modern, dude, you've been through the fucking shit to get to where you are, right? And I bet you learned a ton going through that. Yeah.
No, of course you do.
So,
yeah.
But you have to have the fucking guts to get through it.
That's why I'm also here to share whatever experiences I have to deal with to go through it. Just like I'm here to learn what you guys have gone through, and all learn from each other.
That is the benefit of having YouTube. Just saying, as much as they aggravate me, it is a great place to bring Michigan and wherever everybody's from together. I think Smot, you're from Oregon, aren't you?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Oh, my
Red
bad.
state.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Pittsburgh area. I live around.
Hopefully it won't be long.
Yeah.
I got a feeling you'll get changed this year. I got a feeling you'll be able to this year.
It sucks to have all my life's work on the line just to grow my freaking medicine here. And I don't sell it or anything, but I would still get hammered for everything. My house, manufacturing and distribution and all that shit. So we're hoping, man. That's all we can do, right? I feel like an outcast out here. I have nobody I can talk to without you guys, and no dispensaries. I can't go try any buds. I just feel like it sucks, but it'll come. And we got guys to thank, like Spartan and everybody here in this room that's paving the way. And like you said, Modern's over there changing laws in his neighborhood and getting shit done. And without that, we definitely wouldn't get where we're at today. We have medical, which I guess is a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's where it
I
starts.
think you will this year. You're one of the ones that are probably going to this year.
Seems only right. There's a lot of money out there, and there's just seems only right. Like, if we all know everyone's greedy, it's greedy politicians, and their money's there. What are they waiting for? I don't get. I guess they make more this way. I don't understand.
A lot of it is they want to get all their shit together. They want to have all these supplies. They want to get all the dots on their I's and the T's crossed. They want to make sure they don't address all issues and so forth. So that's kind of some of it.
Cheers, Charlie.
I feel like they give medical cards for anything, man. So as they're giving these medical cards out, why would they go ahead and legalize recreation when when they can control and charge your, the money and all that. So it almost seems like a mob mentality with them that you can smoke it and have it and everything else, but do not grow it or you will go to prison, and you have to buy it from us. And it's horrible. It makes me feel real shitty, man, to be in that system.
Well, us people just got to keep fighting because we are the masses. And if you got to vote these people out, I mean, that's what really comes down to. It really comes down to voting. And you really got to know who's voting against your shit, who's voting for your shit.
I just want to let them know in chat, just because I have a medical card, it's still illegal to grow here. You can have a medical card, but it's illegal to grow anything. It's considered manufacturing and distribution of an illegal substance, period. You will go to prison. People in the chat get it messed up. They think just because you have a medical card, you're cleared to go. It doesn't work like that here.
We definitely all understand that. We're all been down that road.
I'm actually disheartened with the whole recreational thing already. Even though the conversation I was in earlier today, the whole conversation was based on, what are you going to grow this upcoming year, and they instantly went towards hype, marketing, and shit like that. Well, at that point, I'm thinking to myself, where does medical fall into this shit? Because once we put marketing into the mix, isn't it? Like Pfizer, I don't think there'd be any medical value into like a medical strain that's being marketed with a t-shirt in the hype market. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be great for your sleeping. I really believe the whole medical market is falling to the wayside as recreational goes from coast to coast. The less I said this in the beginning, there's power in numbers, and before recreational cannabis was even a thing, there was medical cards being pulled in record numbers in each state, which drew attention to medical cannabis. Oh yeah, this is a great thing. Well, it got the foot in the door for the big money of it all, and then they pushed fucking medical aside. Now today's most fucking discussions you hear about cannabis, there isn't any discussion or what is the medical aspects of any of the shit we're growing. It's all about fucking how much production, how many fucking this, that. It isn't, and it's disheartening what's actually happening to the medical side of cannabis.
Kind of goes back.
Once we start putting shit on t-shirts, that fucking strains, shit like that. Come on, it's all
just
about the
briefly
dollar
got
once
numbers.
you're putting your strain on a fucking t-shirt. Sorry.
I just recently got the numbers that it's only 15% of the product being sold is medical. It's all recreational. That's being sold out there.
In third world countries, the country is ruled by the drug cartels generally, not by the government. Okay. And the drug cartels will put the drugs out there, but they won't force you to take them, like the cartel here in the United States.
It's also the corporations.
Same thing.
Same thing. Exactly. Same thing, exactly.
So it starts there. I mean, fix that one. How's that going to get fixed? Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Like the name game gets so fucking, like if you're a new smoker, what are you gonna go ask for? You don't know what's what. You're gonna go in there and fucking say what you heard everybody talking about. You know what I'm saying? So like that whole hype thing, I understand growers that wanna say like gelato right now or whatever is fucking the hot one, like runts or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like I can understand trying to plan for what's going to be asked for at distribution, because if you're not and you got some off name, even it could be 10 times better smoke, but to a novice they're not going to know. You know what I'm saying? And like a majority of the smokers in that rec, I would say, are kind of in the fucking new world kind of novice thing, you know. In a lot of the states they are, you know, like, because I personally know a lot of people, they wouldn't smoke, and now that's wrecked, they're like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, you know what I mean? So, take it off, biggest. What is that?
Oh yeah, I was waving at that cynic. He's saying,
Oh, he's taking
"Hey,
off.
buddy. Yeah, no, I'm here for a minute. What's up, Farmer Willie?
What do you say, Bingus? How
How you
is
doing,
everybody
buddy?
today?
Doing good, man.
I'm always doing better than I deserve, Bingus. Always better than I deserve.
That's good to hear, man. Good to hear.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, Stoney?
Willie knows the pain, man. You gotta have the name, don't you?
Yeah, it's
Willie
all about,
always-
what are you talking about, branding, you mean? Smiley?
No, just like, I don't know, whatever people are wanting to buy, it's a fucking name, you know what I mean? If it's a name.
That's all it is. It's bullshit. Well, when I was growing up, I mean, you know, talking decades ago, but it was from the region. I mean, everything was named after the region it came from. Acapulco Gold, Colombian, Mexican, Hawaiian, Afghani, Thai stick, Panama Red. I mean, he came from the region. Now you get all this bullshit for marketing and $10 for a fucking seed. It just makes me laugh. $10.
Yeah, but all that bullshit is still there too, though, Farmer Willie. Back in the day, there were people trying to fake the fucking Thai stick. There were people trying.
Oh yeah.
We're doing that.
Oh,
shit
That's
for
true. That's
Christ.
true.
It's the same
Yeah.
fucking thing, man.
Welcome to America. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Tight
I mean-
string tied to a stick, man. That was the best I've seen.
Yeah, I mean,
And you were
but-
paying for the stick more than we were paying for the bud. You know what I
You
mean?
can still get it today. People tie shit to sticks today. You can see it on Instagram. Go look up go hashtag tie stick, and you'll find thousands of pictures of new people tying shit to sticks. It's fucking
Yeah,
amazing.
Charlie's
there
thinking
were-
about when we were kids.
Dude,
When we were kids and we was just growing up. Bingus also knows it.
dude, well, I just want to tell this real quick. My dad, even back in the early 1900s, there were scams, and you could go to Sears catalog and buy a coat hanger and a light, and you'd get a matchstick and a nail sent to you. So get that one. I mean, he had it in a nice leather pouch one time, and I asked him, I go, "What the hell is this?" He goes, "Oh, because that's a coat hanger and a light." I go, and then he told me the story about the Sears catalog, and I was like, wow.
Syringes. You should be able to buy heroin, coke, and syringes on a fucking off.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
you should buy houses, man.
Yeah,
steel
well, they were
glass
only
syringes.
$500, Stoney.
They were.
Close.
I am doing. Hey, man. There was neighborhoods. I'm not one of my like 54. So yeah, it's like I remember the Sears catalog. That was a big deal, man. Every year that fucking thing came out, I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. Looking
Yeah.
at the bras. Whoa,
Yeah.
good old
That-
days.
and the toys at freaking Christmas.
Super
Yeah.
Sub 44.
Stoney.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the toys, Mom. Why are you guys looking at the bra? We're not. Me and my brother hiding fucking magazines. Where's my catalog at? I need to look for something. Where's it at? I don't know. It's
Why are
under
these
my brother's
pages all
bed.
sticking together? Why are the pages
Yeah.
all sticking?
Right.
Okay.
Why
I
is this
used-
thing all greasy? What is this stuff?
I used to mow this guy's lawn only because he had a Playboy collection in his garage. And I always had to fill up the lawnmower several times during the
I'll wash and wax it for you when I'm done mowing your lawn, all right? In your garage with the door shut.
But,
That's
uh,
great.
Young boys.
We used to find like the older kids, we'd find their stash of Playboys and stuff, and then Penthouse was the thing, and then
Yeah, I got my
We didn't have
ass kicked.
Pornhub. We didn't have Pornhub back then.
that was our
Number two.
Pornhub, man. It was a magazine
Yeah.
buried
Right.
out in the
Yeah.
field somewhere in a cardboard box, all molded together. We're still peeling those things apart. Look at
Yeah.
it.
We used
My
to get them on
brother and
paper
sister, I
drives.
was-
Yeah, we had one that
Boy
the
Scout paper
the
drives.
guys at the dump used to do it. The guys at my local dump, they used to, put them all aside and then right, maybe, this was one of the people that we did the whole thing years ago, but it was still just a dirt road, not the dirt road, like this old, already run down shack. Like it was so old, it was already, completely collapsed, but there's a mattress and Playboys everywhere under the leaves. I mean, you dig through the leaves and, find a Playboy that you can still read. Yeah, it's fucking 10, 11, and 12.
Reed, like you're Reed.
Yeah, you know what's funny too is when I was in Florida in the early 90s, we did one of the companies I worked for, we did the huge waste management processing plant up in I think it was North Palm Beach, right by Fort Pierce, whatever, West St. Lucie. But anyway, thing was huge. It was, good, 20 or 30 friggin' acre property. The garbage trucks come up, go in the building and dump shit. Supposedly started sifting it back then, But anyway, right outside the door there, though, where the trucks came in, there was like 3 or 4 stacks by the porta john with a bench, and under the bench were these stacks of Playboys and Penthouse and Wees, you name it, man. Yeah, it's like I was thinking to myself back then, going, "Is it a dump thing? Is it like the guys that deal with garbage? They just everything to try and pour? They're that desperate? Like, holy shit, man!" But the one in Florida, though, the thing about the one in Florida, every friggin' magazine was pristine. It still had the old what was it called? Feds and Heads game inside the Playboy. I don't know if you guys remember that. It used to be called Feds and Heads. And it was like this. You could pull it out of the Playboy, and it had the pieces and shit. And it was just all perforated, like thicker paper. It wasn't quite cardboard, but it was called Feds and Heads. Yeah, God. But every magazine was in pristine condition in Florida. Fucking unreal.
That's awesome. I remember we got mulch sent to our grade school. I was like in 4th or 5th grade. They sent a huge, big, giant pile of fucking just wood chips and shit. And so, of course, they sent us out at recess. Of course, we're going to go fucking jump into that fucking shit, start digging around, which we did. And apparently, this was back in the day in the 70s, right? So back then, they didn't even have VHS at this point. So it was 8mm. And someone had thrown like a movie or something in the garbage or in one of the chippers and shipped all that. So there were like little clips of movie reels. So we were sitting there holding up, looking, and you could see what, like, oh my God. So you'd had like 30 little fucking boys out there looking at these things all together, and one of the teachers walked out and saw it, freaked out. It was a big deal. We weren't allowed to go outside for like 2 weeks until they sorted that shit out. The girls could go out though, because the girls said they didn't want to even look at that. Not us, man. We were fucking just.
Interesting.
Hey, Stoney, I got something for you here. These phones nowadays that you can just lay them on a charger, or they'll charge them like a charging pad, and just charge them, right? They plugged in, right?
Right.
Why couldn't we have these electric cars have a lane, like the right lane of the highway, where you can drive down the road and charge your battery? Could that happen?
Sounds like it. I think it could. I'm not that kind of electrician to know all that, but I mean, it sounds like it could happen. Why? Right. Well, why couldn't it happen? Right. But I don't know what kind of shit does that give off. I don't know what kind of.
Well, I'm also, that's my point. Yeah, it would be too. Also, what does those pads give off? What are they constantly giving off?
I don't even know.
They have the electric trams that do that in Oregon. We have the TriMet trolley. It's on a track instead of a road, right? So you're talking about having like a plate in the road. Right. God, wouldn't you like the contract for that? I mean,
sure.
No, but put it in the right lane. Say it's all the right lane, just the highway. If you put it in all traffic roads, that would be
a lot of power, man.
That would be a lot, right? But if you could have it just like the right lane, like everybody get the right lane and they get charged, it's going to go faster with the left lane.
Oh, if we could just get to that 0 point.
It can't be any worse than say a maglev train that they run in China.
Yeah,
that's what it's got to be similar to that. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but that's the mag thing is what we got going over here. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, so.
But that's a lot of electricity in Oregon, in the Portland metropolitan area. It's electrically from above. Right, running the trains or big trains on tracks, but I'm thinking we're almost at that zero energy revelation, aren't we? I mean, it's already where we won't. You wouldn't need that. You could just pull the energy out of the air and make them go.
That's
that
what I'm
way.
amazed about.
Ether.
Those units, you can
Now
just,
we're
there's nothing
talking
plugging
Tesla.
in. How does it given that charge? Nothing's plugging in.
Yeah.
And if they can do that, then we could probably have something like that. But they want to tax the shit out of everything. But
Yeah.
let them figure out a way to
Well, that's why they killed
I don't,
Tesla.
I don't, I don't need to answer all the questions, but I think they can possibly
like-
do it now.
There's
That's
two
why they killed
magnets
Tesla. They
somehow
killed-
that line up and do the charging.
Yeah,
That's
So
why they killed Tesla.
it's gonna be magnetic. And
Yeah, zero
magnetic,
point
let's
energy.
just face it though,
Never
okay,
happened.
all that magnetic shit's not gonna be good for you, for humans. There's a
It's
point
not
where that
possible.
shit gets bad.
It's
doesn't
got to
make
be
them-
something. It's got to be along the lines of the way Tesla shit works.
Where they
You
killed
know
him.
what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's got to be safer. I would think somewhat safer than fucking the 5G and the fucking
Probably.
Wi-Fi and
Yeah.
fucking even electrical power lines are throwing off fucking
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? Cell towers. You got all this other shit. You know.
Well,
what I mean?
they're saying that Zippy, I think, was telling me earlier that the flights coming in are going to require that they shut down the 5G because it's interrupting the plane landings. So I don't think the
Right.
5G thing's gonna hang around much longer. I mean, I think that had a different purpose than what we think. And when you got the International Plane Pilots Union or whatever
So
demanding that they turn
Rather-
it off, you know.
So what if it's more of a thing to where they don't plan to turn it off? They plan to program the plane into the system, basically where you fly in, maybe fucking AI grabs the plane's controls and lands that fucker controlled through like say 5G or something like that, rather than it being an interference. They're gonna now use it for an aim, just program the plane to the system.
Well, this has been on the news where they're asking them to turn the 5G off. So I don't know, but the news is fake anyway. The thing is that we're in some really, a lot of things are changing quickly. And
I think we're not gonna even have pilots one day.
yeah. Well, they don't
Like-
want us fucking traveling around anyway. It's like, wow, hang on a second. We don't want to give you free energy because then you'd be doing all kinds of shit. So, but who's going to win here? It's like we're in a war and good against evil, just like always. And we'll see, hopefully good. It's predicted in the age of Aquarius that good wins. So I'm rooting for the good guys.
Bingus, let me ask you this real quick. If all this shit that's happened, I'm not even gonna say the word, but if all this shit that's happened over the last few years happened 40 years ago, do you think it would have fluked? This shit would be flying, or you think people would be like banging on the fucking door of the White House, going, "Hey, motherfuckers, fuck you. We want you out. You guys are a bunch of jagoffs." I mean, even it would have to be 60s, even 70s was like the beginning of the end, in my opinion.
Okay,
70s
so
wasn't the greatest.
You know.
now listen, if you look around the world, all right, that's how it was back then. Like in France right now, in all the other countries that they don't show us on the fake media, right? We're the only country that basically bows down and gets on our knees. All right. And it's only because of the brainwashing that you get on your radio. If you go driving, every 30 seconds, you're being told to cover up, right? And to do this and do that. And we're very programmable because we have this energy field around us. Okay. They know that. We're starting to learn that we can use our energy field to control them. All right. We just have to get on the same fucking page. And that's happening. It's happening.
It is slowly, but it's happening.
It is happening. So
I
it's-
feel
They
it.
probably know a lot more than we think. And they just give us what they want to give us.
absolutely. But you don't, again, we're on a huge battleship. You're not going to spin this sucker on a dime. Plus, these guys have been doing this. This negative capture has been going on seriously for about 6,000 years. Okay, that's a big battleship. Right, so it could take several generations. Ages last 25,000 or 24,400 years, approximately 25,000 years. We're just getting started. So be patient.
Well, you know, here I'm personally totally amazed. I am sitting here talking to you guys. We're all over the fucking country, sometimes all over the world, and we're all gonna sit here and talk to each other. I'm not plugged into anything. I'm sitting here and just chat with you guys, and we're all on the same. You know, there's no delay and shit. No, I'm amazed at that. I really am totally amazed.
Yeah, and we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, Modern. I think we're only seeing the tip of it.
Oh well, I tell you, I mean, I'm there back in the what was the days of Star Trek, and they have this flipped up, you know, talking to the ship and shit. And we're like, yeah, right, like you can't go and do that. You're gonna get a cold for that, dude. We're laughing at that.
My son has a Dick Tracy watch, dude. He has a fucking Dick Tracy watch that he can take personal calls on and have an interface.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? That
Fucking
was back
get
in
smart,
the 50s.
remember?
That was back in the 50s or whatever.
Get
60s.
smart having a shoe phone. Now you could have a shoe phone, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, I gotta hit the head real quick, guys. I just want to say I got a feeling. I just want to say goodbye to Smiley. He's got that look in his eyes.
All right, brother. I gotta go.
If he bounces before I leave, I just want to make sure I got my goodbye in. So
I have to.
I'm out of here too. I gotta go, guys. Otherwise, I'm just gonna drag my ass tomorrow forever.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks for hanging out.
Good to see
Thanks
you.
for hanging out, guys.
Great discussion in the later evenings. I'm gonna have to switch up my sleeping time. Take care, guys. Cheers, chat.
Peace out, Bingus.
Cheers. Yeah, my sleeping habits have changed because of Eagle.
Pretty much.
I don't only about an hour for me, like 2 hours, I guess. I don't know. 2:30.
I find myself getting up earlier in the mornings just to get on here.
I was always slept late. I always, slept in the morning. So it's not too uncommon, but it gets a little, well, I'm sleeping the whole fucking day and not getting my work done, but not every day.
Cool, guys. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of the week. Always fun hanging out. Good to see Stoney and Modern, Farmer Willie.
Smiley.
It's
been fun, man.
Eagle when he's shaking his Willie.
Have
a good one.
See you later.
See you, Smiley.
Didn't anticipate the biggest bounce. But cheers, Bingus. Thanks for popping in, bro. Grab some pizza on the way back.
All right. Looks good.
Oh man, my local there's a little local mom and pop restaurant in town, and Mondays, every Monday, they have a large 2-item. Or it just went up. It used to be $10, but now it's $11. But totally worth it every fucking Monday. I'm down for a fucking $11 fucking dinner.
Hell yeah, man. That's how much it was. They just raised their price. It used to be, it goes up like $1 a year, it seems like the last few years. But it was like, it was like $12, and then it's 13. So this year was 14 for a large with 2 toppings. It's not bad. I love the small town. Get closer to Chicago, forget it. That same pizza's $30.
It's for us. It's like for large pizza. It's like $7 for number one, $8 for 2 toppings.
Oh wow,
it's cheaper than McDonald's and shit.
Oh hell yeah, McDonald's.
I get 2 meals out of that. You know what I mean? I get 2 meals out of that. Shit.
Right. McDonald's will be $12 for you just alone for 1 meal. You'd probably still be hungry after that.
At least a half hour later after you ran for the shitter. Cheers. Good morning, Green 13.
Good morning,
I tell
brothers.
you what, you made a couple people's mornings when they watched the replay yesterday with the
Oh, yeah?
with your little drawings, man.
Oh,
That's
that's
the funny
hilarious.
shit. I was reading the comments and I started cracking up again. I was like, oh yeah, that was pretty fucking funny.
That was hilarious.
Don't let the children have the controls. That's the lesson. Otherwise, you get dick pics.
Kind of a, was that like a Donald Trump dick? Supposed to be a mushroom head dick.
I draw him with my fingers. Come on. You got a mouse.
And I gotta admit, I scrolled up and down that page a couple of times
Like,
and seen it, and I was like, I didn't want to say no to at first. I'm like, is the website fucking with me?
so what's
What do you
going
got
on?
there,
You boys
Greaser?
been you got just some gelato. You boys been on for ages, huh? Oh, it's like Tuesday or whatever.
Been out since June.
Tomorrow's my B-day.
So yesterday I was
What do you mean?
B-day.
birthday.
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 Gotcha.
Yeah.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah,
Eagle.
I'm scrambling for the book. I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
think that's in my book.
Yeah.
How is that not in my fucking book?
Happy birthday,
How the fuck is
belated.
it not
Yes.
in my book?
Yes.
I'm late
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Since it's Tuesday. now.
Tomorrow what? Tomorrow Wednesday or tomorrow today?
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow.
Yeah.
The real tomorrow.
The real.
I'm celebrating all fucking week. So
Yeah,
it's
I
in
know.
the
I'm
middle of
still
the
on
week, so
Monday
you
night,
celebrate
guys.
all week.
It's Monday night.
Yeah, when you get older, like your birthday lasts the whole week, but there's no one great day, you know. They're all just, yeah, I see all my friends. No one bought me a BMX, you know. I got socks. but you get a week of it, right? Smoke some good herbs and
Is it Modern's birthday tomorrow?
yeah.
So it's the 19th. I got you down for the 18th for some reason.
Because he was on the 18th or whatever.
Sorry for the same thing we just
No, it
did.
says
Yeah.
right
It's
there.
tomorrow.
Right there. Mondays are fucking WEedNerdWorld. So as you can see, there's nothing there. Pop, 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 pop. So that would have had been, or I would have wrote down your birthday, missed, not thinking it was whatever. The 19th. So it's the 19th. Put it correctly in the book.
Yeah.
19th. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks everybody in
Happy
chat for saying happy birthday.
So,
you early.
Eagle, you said to me your dog was fucking 16 months old. Your dog's the same age as my dog then, yeah?
Right.
Right.
About then. Yeah.
Wow. I didn't put that together. I guess because you always got dogs, but yeah, cool.
That's very true. Yeah, she's tiny for as little as she, or for as old as she is. That's as big as she's getting. It's that little girl.
I'll tell you a story about yesterday and my dog. I was out walking with my wife and it was a sunny day. So we decided to walk in fields rather than in the woods. We always walk in the woods. But yesterday is a particularly miserable day. Like, let's get in some sunshine. So we walk through this woodland path, let the dog off, and it spits out into some big fields. So we just let the dog run. She goes where she goes, chases deer and shit. She'll come back when I call her. So my wife goes, "Where's the fucking dog already?" And I was like, "I don't fucking know." And then right that second, I hear the dog bark behind me, but behind me and like quarter of a mile away. Like my dog is if you walk with a dog, it rarely lets you walk ahead of it. It's always at the front. So I look like this through the fucking hedge, and I see all these animals just charging. And in my heart, in my whole body, I'm like, please let that be deer. So I push through the fence, and it's 100 or 150 sheep in a field. And my dog is running circles around them like she is fucking with them. So I get under the fucking barbed wire. I get caught on the barbed wire. My wife, you can shut up. My wife uncatches me, and then through some more woodland, jump over the electric fence, and I start hollering at the dog. She don't give a fuck. She is like, woo, sheep, what the fuck is this? Let me kill one. I see two of them not moving. And then, shut up, 100 and fucking odd of them running in 2 packs across this field. Oh, you are here. And then this amazing turn of events, she locks eyes on me and she's like, oh, Daddy, you're here, fucking hell, and runs straight towards me. Thank fuck, because at the same time, the farmer is out and the farmer is crossing the field towards me. Now, you can shoot my dog. That's your land, and like, that will happen, you know, if they think you're, yeah. So anyway, I get the dog on its lead. She's like this. She's like, please don't beat me. But I'm like, I can't beat her because then she'll never come back when I need her to come back again, you know? Anyhow, the farmer's coming, but I don't want to talk to the farmer. I just done a load of running. I do want to talk to the farmer, but I don't want to talk to the farmer. So I just walk straight towards my wife. I'm like, hold on. I want my wife to deal with it. So I chuck my dog over the fence, jump over the fence, and then I'm like, now I'll wait for my bollocking. But my wife's getting my bollocking, not me. Anyhow, the farmer arrives. Oh, damn, she was hot. I was like, fuck, you are hot. I should have waited over in the field. Like, anyhow, she was cool as a cucumber. She was like, your dog, she didn't touch any of them, did she? She was just running around them. I was like, no, it's a soft-mouthed dog. She's standing there in her joppers, big bomb. I'm like, hell yeah. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I apologized like a child, like, looking at the floor, sorry, we know better. And she was like, you know, you couldn't see them but they're going to be here all this while. I was like, we won't be here. Yeah, anyway, that's that. But fucking hell.
What a crazy story, man. I could see you jumping and getting caught on the barbed wire.
Because you know, it's not me who's going to get shot. The dog's going to get shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that around here. Most farmers will load up the first couple rounds with rock salt, you know, kind of give your dog a chance, or a crazy teenager who's drunk and climbing up the silage tower. You get a load of rock salt in your ass.
I'm a bee
because she knows you're
climbing up her bedroom window. Huh? She's barking because she want to be involved. You can hear that, can you? Everybody wants to be on Eagle. Yeah, that shit keeps you alive. Fucking hell.
Is it safe to say it's back to the woods for you and the dog walking trips?
Yeah, and you know what? She can go chase the deer because on the flat ground, she can catch the deer. But in the trees, she looks like a lorry. She looks like a truck. She's like, you see the deer go, and you think the dog's quick, but the dog's like, badung, 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 and the deer's just fucking off, you know? So yeah, back to the woods. There's no leaves on the tree. We can still see the trees. We can still see the sky, so. Yeah. But anyway, what I reckon happened was then the farmer came out, and so him and the woman, the farmer's wife maybe, stood and looked at the fence for ages and were like, this is going to happen every day, isn't it? Because like the dog can get through the fence, like, enough of that. It's a little bit of excitement.
Welcome back, Farmer Willie.
Yeah, no shit, huh? My phone's been playing games since I got a freaking program update or software update.
Mine was yesterday bad.
What's that?
My phone was messing up bad yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind do you have?
iPhone.
Yeah, I gotta actually get a Samsung. I got a
An
Note
old
20
one.
Ultra.
Actually, I'm supposed to get a new one Wednesday.
New iPhone?
So a new iPhone tomorrow. Well, I can
Yeah.
get my daughter's old phone.
Right.
She gets the
I just got
brand
my
new
daughter
shit.
the new
and I get
13.
her.
Yeah, I just got my daughter.
Yeah,
She's
I'm
10.
get-
I just got her the 13. Not the Pro, but she don't want the Pro. It's too big for her hands. But I want one of those now. Those things are sick. I haven't had an iPhone in like 10 years, 8 years.
Yeah, well, mine's like a 7, I believe. And this is a 12 I'll be getting.
Yeah, I had the S6 Edge for friggin' like 4 or 5 years, 6 years or something like that. I upgraded. But screw it. I like my phone. No need. Such a pain in the ass sometimes to put shit over. Sometimes you get a
They
I
little-
just-
grew up
the-
with
the new
no
iPhones.
cordless at all.
The new iPhones make great photographs. It's a great camera. I don't know why we still call them phones. My camera works really well. I never use it as a phone.
Right. Right. Yeah, she loves it. I mean, she's been begging for it for a while. We got it for her birthday. She had the S20. The thing was only a little over a year old. But she's been begging literally for like 6 months. She already had, we got an iPad Air for her a year ago, last Christmas. So she's just an Apple person. She just likes Apple. I don't give a shit what you use. 50 years won't matter to me anyway.
Hey, smart poker. Those plants look really good there. Look nice and healthy.
Thanks, man. I'm ready to do a pot up today. Cut some samples off. Now that we got stuck and snowed in here, and plus with Martin Luther King yesterday and all that stuff, we didn't get our samples out yet. But yeah, thank you. They're doing good. We're gonna get them into a bigger pot before they get too root bound today, and then set up some auto fert and got a few new things we're trying this grow. So it's all exciting,
Yeah, you really impressed me about. I know you haven't grown that long, and you seems like you've taken the right information in.
I think we started in 2016, but we were in soil, and it didn't go so great for that first year. Man, I had not so good. Couple die off. Then I tried to go outside. We had some fiasco there. So yeah, it's been nice to have some success indoors and finally get years of observation of our own, taking people's stuff, kind of trying it ourselves, see what happens. And I think earlier Smiley said there's no wrong way to grow unless you're not growing. That's how I see it. But yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's tough when you see it just blatantly flies in the face of what you know to be true, though. Like I see people telling me all the time, "Don't up pot your auto flowers." I'm like, "Are you freaking crazy?" Like I've done that before, and seen horrible results, but you hear it everywhere. So it makes me like I get sometimes weird, like with that. I may be a little defensive or something, I guess you could say, but I like to try to get, like you guys were saying, that's why I'm here, to get all the different information. I'm going to put it into practice and see what it looks like in my garden and choose what's best for us.
Cool. How's that new humidor of yours doing, man? That thing's beautiful. I think
it's doing great, man. We really love that thing.
Imagine.
Yeah, man, it's pretty. It's still sitting here on long-term holding, and yeah, I just come in here every so often, and grab a few buds and take them into the other room for rolling. But it's honestly, when you open it up like this, you don't get too much of a crazy big smell until you start breaking the buds all open. But this is we just got them hanging out in here, man. And
what's it set for? What's your temps in your humidity?
It's set for, well, I got the door open at the moment, so it's dropping fast. I don't know if you guys can read that or if it's backwards. It looks backwards. Is that backwards for you?
No, 67% Fahrenheit.
It looks like a mirror for me. I guess it's because it's my screen, but yeah,
7 degrees.
It should go up a little bit when I shut the door.
Well, you like I said, that's dew point, not humidity, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
But yeah, man, we love it. It's it is expensive. It's not for everybody. I know I've taken some heat for having this thing on the show a few times. People messaging me saying, "Quit pushing that product. People don't need to waste their money on that and this and that." And I'm like, "Damn, man, I love it. I had the money for it, and I don't have kids. And you can kiss my ass if you don't like it. How's that?" So
Who the hell are
What's
they?
that?
The internet's full of people who want to spend your money
Yeah.
for you.
It's it, man. It's it.
they were trying to
They-
shame me, man. They were like making me feel bad about it. And like, you know what? What's crazy is then afterwards, the company got a hold of me and said, "Hey, we want to give you a code of 50 SMOT. And if any of your friends on those shows want to buy one of these, you tell them to use the code 50 SMOT, and they'll save $50 towards shipping and that." And I was thinking, this was 2 days after dude was giving me all this shit. He's like, "You're a salesman." And I'm like, "Dude, they didn't even say anything." And sure enough, 2 days later, they get a hold of me. And I'm like, shit, now I'm going to look like an asshole. But yeah, man, I guess I take shit a little too personal. I don't know why. I guess like it's just who I am. Someone blames me for some shit. I ain't.
You
Well,
don't have
you
to.
impress all of us. We like it.
Yeah, you don't have to answer to the fucking trolls, dude. If you feel uncomfortable, just step away from those fools. I used to like boobies. Now I really just like looking in that fridge. It's not a fridge, but whatever it is.
What's that little container, little white container you had in there?
That's a sponge modern. They
Okay.
every now and again it'll have a big thing across the screen that says add water. So you put a little water in that sponge, and all it does is it keeps the dew point at a certain level, and it keeps a good vapor pressure deficit inside there or whatever, and then it keeps all your terps from off gassing, and it keeps and then early on it will it controls the rate at which the moisture leaves your bud. So you don't put that little sponge in there for the first day or two. And once it starts to, and then you add that in to kind of keep it going. Now it takes probably 3 weeks for you to have to put, I only put like 30 milliliters on that sponge every 3 weeks when it's in long-term storage. And that's it, man. You don't smell it or anything. We love it. It's a great item for us. I
think it looks wonderful, dude. I'll be honest with you. I just think that's a lot to do with your end product is that dry. That dry cure. It's really a lot to do with it. People do say it is a lot. I mean, but it is a lot. It's a lot to do with it.
Yeah, it is. Put all that work
like
in,
said,
and you don't get the best product. I mean, curing and drying is just as important as growing it.
Hey man, I'd buy a $1,500 light if I had to. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I bought a $1,000 Fluence light 2-3 years ago. So this is my hobby. I don't have kids, and you're right. I don't know why I feel like I need to explain myself to anybody, but maybe that's a character flaw in me. Like I felt attacked, and I was like,
don't.
this dude's got me all wrong. You know what I mean?
I got some kids you can have if you feel like you're missing out.
Until they're
dog and
paying your
wife as
bills,
well.
they have nothing to say.
Well, like from what I was saying, okay, somebody says that you don't need that. No, you don't need that. But if this machine can control you have it finishes out, why the hell not?
That's capitalism, baby. You want it, you can get it. You get the money, get it. Why not, man? Who gives a shit?
Right. You don't need a Lamborghini, but if you had the money, man, and you could easily grab one up, you sure would do it.
Yeah.
I would,
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Lamborghini is nicer than a Chevette. Believe me.
I used to play a lot of golf, and the golf forums, people get so distressed that you spending money when you're not as good as them. They're so distressed about it, and it's like,
oh yeah,
I got a nicer car than you as well. What
Yeah.
the fuck, Like, what is this about? You're a tiny EP, isn't it? Like you don't know what people do. You Smot might be a billionaire. We don't know. They're like, it's not your business, and all you should be is happy, right?
Yeah, man, it's fun. It's whatever. Like I said, it's just
Happy 420.
Happy
Sorry.
420. No, that's all right. Let's
Happy
get it.
420.
I think I
Be
got
a flower
it right here
remind me. I
somewhere.
just saw in this chat.
Listen, got a fireman.
Shout
He'll
out
be
to
back
my
up.
friend Crack Babies DWC there in chat. He also has a Canatrol. We both bought him almost the same time, and he loves his too. So he's always in the chat hanging out. Great guy.
What did you call it, dude?
Cheers.
Okay. Smart. What did you call the machine?
Oh, it's a Canatrol.
Canatrol. Right?
Yeah, Canntrol. Canatrol. What happened to the song? Was someone playing the song?
It's there.
Oh, I'm playing it.
It's there. It's there.
I just didn't want to rudely blast you guys out.
I love that song.
Everybody loves the song. Yeah. One day this will be the official
Need to
420
set the
song
dad
around
break
the
back
world.
up. Some point. Oh, what the fuck did I just do with it? Oh,
I know. I
paused it.
see
Maybe.
a lot of people using that. The one that Eagle has. Who was it the other day? Was it Thunder Dan or Miranda Family Farms? One of them had theirs out the other day. The My Herbs Now dryer, and they look pretty badass, man. I see a lot of people giving good feedback on those.
They work well. I took a lot of shit. I did the same thing, Smart Poker. I took a lot of shit about this from when I used to talk about it all the time too. And it's like I said the same thing. I'm not selling it. I'm not pushing it. I'm just talking about what the fuck I'm using. Same thing.
That's it. Hey, that's what was going on in my garden at the time, man. We had just harvested. I didn't have any seedlings or nothing. That's just what was happening for about 10 days while we was cleaning up and resetting. And it seemed like, wow, man, definitely there. It took some heat, but it's all good. I love the community, man. Those people are super, super cool. Want to talk about it, want to hear about it, and they're always like, I want to try something out of there. And that's how I feel about yours now. I want to try some out of those ones and compare them. Just like a strain or anything else.
Good friend in the show, good friend in general. Jack Greenstock, man. Me and Jack, again, nothing but respect for Jack. Went rounds and rounds about the My Herbs Now dryer for about a year before he actually got one and tried it and, said, hey, it works. You know what I mean? But before then, we definitely bantered back and forth.
And straight away, Jack is now, if you start the conversation, Jack is happy to say, there's plenty of ways to do it. Like, if you go 60-60, he'll be like, there's plenty of ways to do it. It's like, yeah, good
Plenty
for
ways
you,
to do
brother.
it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's like
ways to
BBD,
do it.
right? Yep.
I got to worry about getting to the finish line first, right? I always tell myself the next grows, it's always the best one, right? This is going to be my best one to date. This is going to be the funnest one. This is going to be we got all this new shit we're trying, and I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a lot less labor and a little more fun this time around, I think, with 210s. It gets pretty hard to run 210s hand watering a couple times a day,
Yeah,
Oh,
some
yeah.
big soil beds will help you there. I'm joking. I know you won't.
I have 8 of them, so I get you.
Yeah. Damn. But
I
this
reckon though, you're partly hand watering because you want to. It's like it is a connection, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but it's been 3 times a day since 2017 or some shit, late 2017, 3 times a day, hand watering.
So what you put in place?
Me and my wife, sharing that duty. So we got a growth fertigation manager, it's called. We're going to try out for the very first time and put it into play, and it works on your phone, and it's top-down auto feed system. We can set it up to measure your runoff, so it can tell the plant to take more, or it can tell the pump to send more or less the next time around, and it remembers all that. So some of that automation, I think, is going to help me free me up to maybe do some other stuff that'll help me expand, be able to take more clones and have some more experimental areas over here that I can do other shit with. you know, and some of that's been spurred on by this group of people right here.
Yeah, they'll
I'll
do
go
that
again.
to you.
Again, I'm just arguing the fact I could give a, you know, it's your choice and how you grow, but how come versus, you know, the waterings per day, how come you just didn't up pot into, you know, a bigger pot, less than the water per day?
Well, with cocoa, you would water less if you up pot, but then again, doing that, you kind of lose the appeal of what cocoa is all about then, because then you're going to end up with a hypoxic situation more than you want.
I grew and took cocoa for fucking 10 years.
Right. And you can do that, but it's not, I find it to be suboptimal.
It's still a once a day. You're not necessarily, you know, it's not sitting there in wet feet constantly. So you're still getting that air exchange with the once a day in the bigger pots.
Did you
have the opportunity for bigger? Go ahead.
Did you water to runoff every time you watered? Was you using smalts?
Yeah.
Because when I did that, when I tried to water once a day in 5-gallon pots, and it seemed that I always had
these 10s.
Okay, so I was always chasing
chunky cocoa. The shit looked like wood chips.
No shit.
Yeah.
And once a day.
Watch some of the first videos of I'm still using it in the beginning when I used it up until the last year. Even then, I ran it in, I used it in like a mix. I would use like a layer of the chunky shit, a layer of the older stuff that was a finer, the layer of the fucking chips, and I layered it. But it produced nice sized plants. You know, I was always happy with them.
What were you using?
You ever use that, Stoney?
I don't know what it was.
The chunky.
It was grow it chips.
Grow it chips? No.
Yep, they're produced
Coco
by
Loco is
Hydrofarm.
about as close as I got to using anything that had like wood chips in it, because Coco Loco is kind of like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never
It's
used that.
literally chips.
It's just all chips.
It's chunky. If you look back at some of my old shit, I'm holding handfuls of it. When I talk to Clackamas Coot, I'm using it. Fucking, it's just straight up. It looks like fucking wood mulch.
You know what reminds me of that is the
pieces are like 3/4 of an inch or something like that.
The big root soil is kind of like that. It's got all chunky chips and shit in there.
I'm looking it up right now. It's fucking
But
cheap
it's
as
probably
fuck,
nothing
especially
like
if
what
you're
you're
buying
talking.
it in mass. I got it down to because I was buying the bricks. They retailed for $13.99 a brick because I was buying 15 at a time. I was getting them for $8.99 a brick at 2.5 cubic feet per brick. So it was super worth it.
When I tried to grow in bigger pots, man, I always had crazy runoff ECs. I felt like I was always chasing. I started burning leaves a lot. I moved to 3-gallon pots with high frequency fertigation and slowly was able to tailor that, honestly. And I just never really tried to change it much. And now I kind of just want an auto system that'll come on maybe 4 times a day and at once during lights off, because I was getting a lot of dry back latent flower during the 12 hours lights off. So that would help. But I mean, that's definitely possible or definitely doable. As you mentioned, you did it, but I didn't have much luck with that. And this just seems to be like, I don't know.
What's this, a spray or a dripper?
It's it's the circles. Let me grab one here real quick.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's cool. Like a
halo. I couldn't remember the name. Halo. It's got a bunch of holes in it. So I think it'll work good. Because I run sterility, I run H2O2 in a sterile environment. I don't run any microbes or anything like that at all. And that's another thing I take a lot of shit for. But yeah, they won't clog up on me, I'm hoping. So
you take shit for not running microbes, do you?
Yeah, it seems like it depends. You know, a lot of guys tell me you're not getting good. You can't get good buds without microbes, and you know, you
Really?
need. Yeah, man.
Growing DWC, there's no microbes in there.
That's crazy, Eagle. Look at that. That looks like chicken.
Grow it.
That's just
Chips. No shit.
Yeah, those are
I
huge.
can't
I'll
see it.
look it
I have
up.
the glasses on.
There must be so much air in that system.
yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, that's
pretty coarse.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awesome, actually. I bet the roots are
And-
just fucking dancing through that.
Oh yeah, I fucking max out them 10 gallons every
yeah.
fucking time, man.
I want to get some of that, mix it in, man. I wonder how hard it is to buy. You have any problems buffering that cocoa?
No, it's already been buffered.
And it worked good for you, no problems, huh?
Yeah. I actually would buy it like that and then reuse it a few times. Once it got down to like super fine cocoa, I chucked the shit.
Yeah.
You know, it would start. One time, my last use of it, I thought it was funny, and I'll give Bokashi full credit of that shit, man. Fucking, I dumped some Bokashi on top of it, and it looked like that. And when I threw it in the flour and I dumped that Bokashi on there, fucking by the time I was harvesting that plant, that shit looked like fucking dirt. There was no wood chips left to it at all. That Bokashi broke that shit right fucking down. So I don't know, but yeah, I grew in with this stuff a long time. Oh, here we go with the dicks again. I better fucking get off.
I thought I was seeing that.
Yeah, that shit looks pretty wild, man. I might have to get some of that and check it out.
Well, I liked it, especially in the bottom of the pot, because it gave it that extra aeration. When I ran it over, when I watered to run off, I knew there was that airy 2 inches of fucking airy, coarse cocoa, to where she wasn't sitting in wet feet. She was going to soak up that runoff, and then she'd be just fine.
I would like to run cocoa one day.
The way with the cocoa for cannabis, we pretty much tell everybody that there's many ways to do it, obviously, but we find that the best way is high frequency fertigation, to constantly replace the air, water, all the nutrients at a good nutrient element ratio. They're at the right pH, and they're constantly coming back on. When you're watering once a day, it's hard to tell what your plant's using. It will sit, no matter how you slice it, it's going to sit in some suboptimal shit for a while, and that's fine. It'll still get to harvest. Everything will go great and shit. It's not wrong per se, but I think to really take advantage and to optimize cocoa, that's the best system to use if I was to recommend somebody, just based on my experience and what I've seen over there and how we kind of like teach the cocoa practice, you know?
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear people do it different ways, because you hear their results.
Yeah.
I've done cocoa too, and I turned away from it. I feel like I was chasing the plant a lot, and I didn't really want to do that. I want the plant to take what it wants. So I changed my views on things. I don't fault anybody. I think it's the plant grows faster. I think I've seen them grow faster. But you're babysitting the damn thing. I don't want to babysit it. I want it to do its thing. So I mean, that's just I'm glad to see people do different ways. One day we'll get a consensus of it and say this is the way it's best, but something else will come up and we do use it that way. So.
Yeah, like Spartan growth.
When there's humans involved, it'll never get to a place where we're all like, okay, this is the way, because you just,
right.
Unless you're going to come and do soil, that's the way. Like, I mean, everybody's good.
It's all good.
Of course.
Yeah,
Only
man.
thing I can say with cocoa and stuff is flushing. I just think flushings are my important cocoa.
What was that?
More
You
so
think
than
flushing is important?
flushing. Yeah, I think flushing is important in cocoa versus as important in
Well,
soil.
I think it depends how your fertigation practices are. I never flush in cocoa. Pretty much when you're using high frequency fertigation and you have nutrients in every water solution, it is like a mini flush. Every time you water, every two to 4 hours you water, you're pushing out just a small amount of moisture and shit that was in there, and you're replacing it with new shit. And people get excited. They hear drain to waste. I think I mentioned this before, and they think, oh my God, waste is bad, but you're still not, whether you water twice a day or 10 times a day, you can use the same amount, just less each increment. So it's actually behooves the grower to come on with less increments. But we always tell everybody, if you were using a nutrient lineup that recommends regular flushing, you should not use that. And I don't recommend one line particular. I use general hydroponics, with a lot of people are, already use or might have something different. But if you run a low EC constantly and you don't let it build up, because flushing can be stressful and it just turns into a big thing where you're changing your root zone salinity a lot from high to low.
No, I'm not talking about like common flushing. I'm just talking about end of the cycle, end of its life flush.
I got you.
I don't even believe in it then.
Have you done it
I
side
don't
by
even
side?
believe in it then. Yeah, I agree. I said everything you said earlier tonight, Smart Poker. Even when my cocoa system, I always ran half strength, and I said the very same thing. If you see flush in the fucking in the schedule, you don't even want to fuck with that nutrient program.
No,
same. And I believe even I mean, it doesn't hurt the final weeks to give her some water, a little bit of molasses, as a bud hardener, with a couple of days after the molasses. But other than that, that plant should fucking senesce. It should fucking shut off and only take up what it needs. It should slowly be flushing itself out if you're going the proper time. That is my opinion anyway. If you're gonna if you're gonna be that guy to where you're fucking going by the fucking calendar day 60, I seen the fucking, this is what I'm looking for, peak flavor. Yeah, you might want to fucking flush or give it a little bit of extra water, because it's not shutting itself off at that point. It's not fucking, it's still uptaking nutrients and stuff like that. It isn't until every fucking, in my opinion, every hair's turned, she's a good percent amber, she's through the final senescence, she's not taking up any more nutrients. She ain't even taking up anything anymore. She's hardly even drinking. Then she's ready.
When you notice that it just the dehue's not coming on because this plant ain't drinking or really even transpiring, we're done.
Yeah, the only thing I do, I don't flush at the end a lot of times. Only thing I do is lower my EC down to about 900, but I never really break an EC of 1200 or 1.2 the whole grow. I try to stay around 1,000, to be honest with you. Now that's with hand watering. I might be able to do to change it somewhat, but I don't know if I'll have a need to. They seem to do good in our situation with that, but I know some people run like a 1.8, 1.9, and for me, that would immediately toxify my plants. They would look freaking horrible. They would curl up, and it would draw the moisture right out of them. It would get that, they would look shitty. But I break mine down into, you can see there in front of you, my schedule is broke down into different weeks. And I don't feed my plant based on days. I feed my plants based on the age, the look, the health, and what they're kind of telling me. So I don't just go on there and say they're 15 days old and give them exactly what the schedule says. I kind of flop it. So a lot of times, not only do I not get to flush my plants, when I get to my ripen phase, I'm supposed to be at an EC of 950. A lot of times I'll still be feeding my first couple of weeks of late bloom at around 1200, and which it's saying 13, but I usually stay around 1200 with my tap water. It's about 200 EC. So, but yeah, that's how I work mine. And a lot of times I'll finish way back here because I'm just horrible at timing it out. And so I'll be in the early late bloom phase, week 1 of late bloom, and finishing up. And I do my best. Their targets, we try to hit them, and it works good. They seem to finish up nicely. I've tried the side by side with the flush, never really noticed anything except for it's a little easier for like the last week. But then I start to lose all the sugar leaves, they die and then when I'm making hash, I got all this dead brown shit in my trim, so I'm not big on flushing, but that's just, again, my personal thing. But I definitely can.
I tell you what, Smucker, I don't miss that fucking schedule at all. I don't miss the mixing table. I don't miss the mess of fucking mixing nutrients. I don't miss none of that shit. I actually am loving being back in soil. Fuck all that shit.
I think there'll be a day coming where I have both of them going, man. Be honest with you. I'm just getting so into the soil and learning a lot of different shit. It's so intriguing, and I want to kind of put it into practice and see how it works. So definitely I want to go.
Again, if you wanted to lessen out that water and soil.
Yep. Well, that's what I usually tell people, Eagle. If they tell me they want to water once a day in a big pot and shit, I say, you should maybe just think about going soil. If that's where your schedule is, that you can only be there once a day like that, you might want to try soil and kind of send them over to the Eagle Gardens show to get some tips,
This is not necessarily an organic channel.
Oh, we're not against anybody.
No, I don't hate iron salts by any means.
No way.
Variety is the spice of life.
I just feel like
when it came down to the
salts.
salts,
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, when it came down to it, I actually really enjoyed the salts. When I got away from like a nutrient lineup where A, B, this, that, fucking 50 different thing, and just took it down to like a Floraflex A and B, where it's fucking just, like I said, just lessening that table, had it down to just some straight up salts. They ain't all bad. They produce good cannabis. Fucking, it was nice and easy. Shit, I even got even lazier bitch about fucking when I got the salts, to be honest with you, because it came up to where you were supposed to measure everything. And that I found out very quick that the measuring thing depended very greatly on how well you kept your shit locked up. If you had a little bit too much humidity in your fucking area and you left your container slightly cracked or whatever, now your salts had moisture in them and your measurements were slightly skewed. So
because it's weight, right?
So I
get you.
I actually got used to doing it more in volume than I did weight. So basically, when I got the dry salts, the way the manufacturer had basically suggested them, you know what I mean? They had the fucking little dry pack in there and everything. I fucking weighed it that day. Okay. And then I would mark my cup. With a marker. That's what 0.5 or whatever is. I knew. I actually, after that, I kind of put the scale away and I just like scoop. There you go. You know what I mean? I wasn't even concerned with, accuracy of that. I always did that.
Still pH out of interest, Eagle? With soil? Do you bother?
No, I don't bother with pH.
I mix the resin about once a week.
Oh, do you? Okay, that's cool. Right. And then what? Just keep a check on that res. Keep taking from it and just keeping a check on it.
Yep. I'll mix a stock solution every day. I'll grab some fresh water, cut my stock solution down when I'm hand watering. But now this one here is the new way with the auto fertigation to cut my ways of being down in here. It'll just be every morning I'll come in and try to, hopefully it won't rise or go too crazy, so short. But at first I'll be checking it until I can figure out exactly how long I can let it go green before it starts to rise the pH out of the zone. And I'd like to set it up to where it would be like right now I can mix like once a week and keep it good pretty much a whole week. So I'm hoping to be able to do that there, if not even longer. And that would be great because then I could go away on a vacation or something and still keep my shit going without someone in my house, you know?
What about in the summer? Does that change? That week?
Yeah, it's harder to keep it good that long. That's when I use more H2O2 and try to, like, I'll come in and hit it after 2 days of being mixed up, and then another 2 days later I'll hit it again, and then by the time it's finishing up, it's pretty ready to be done with. You know, it's kind of shitty, but it's appealing. I envy the not pHing and shit that the Eagle's talking about. That sounds great.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny things, like the compost tea thing. Sorry, Eagle. Like, we used to bubble our compost teas for like 6 hours, 12 hours. Now we found out it's better just to go washy wash, done. Like 20 seconds, like 1 minute, 5 minutes. And so everything in your organic suddenly seems to be the shorter the better, the less effort the better. With all those kind of teas, really, you're just sort of knocking the microbes off. And
that's why I think I'm gonna get in with the big roots. I've grown it before I've used it because my grocery store had given me some sample bags and stuff like that. And I met up with some of the guys actually at my grocery store. They had like a vendor day or whatever. These guys were there. So really nice guys. And then they got all that, the natural amendments with the green trees. They just, I don't know if they bought them or if they're something like that, but they're tied together. And it's really good. I've been using actually the green tree stuff. It's pretty good shit. I don't know if any of you guys have used it. I know Seth is from Miranda.
Is it liquid?
It's, what's that?
Is it a liquid or
No, it's a
powder?
dry amendment. Just a dry amendment. Sprinkle on top.
We don't have it here.
You guys don't have it there?
No, not yet.
What is it? What's it called?
Big roots.
Green trees.
Root soil. It's pre-amended soil.
I wanted to ask Green something. You said you put
yeah, that's Soil King, right? Isn't that Soil King? Isn't that
that's
Pat?
Soil King.
Yeah, Pat, that's good stuff I heard.
Yeah, I liked it, man. I liked it a lot, actually. It's just a little bit on the pricey side.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I didn't know it was by him. I know who that is now. He's a cool guy.
And I have the same back problems.
High energy, but a good guy.
Yeah. He's one of the few guys that are still writing like contracts for the local farmers up in Humboldt that are really friggin' struggling to make to get a contract with some of the processors, you know, because Cali now you gotta have a certain amount every friggin' 3 months, 6 months, whatever the contract says. And of course, small farmers can't do that. They got one harvest a year. You know, they only have so much to process every year. So he's been writing contracts so that these guys can actually survive on, like has integrity. And a lot of the processors knew what they were doing before they were writing these contracts. Knowing these guys couldn't produce, you know, whatever, 100, 300 pounds of a certain strain every 3-6 months, whatever it was. But, you know, he came in and at least tried to help, you know, because he's really about community. So I agree with you. I talk to him every once in a while. He's a real good shit. You guys DM him. He'll talk to you all the time. You know, he'll talk to anybody online pretty much. So he can put his soil religion out there.
Yeah.
But I like Pat. I like him a lot. You know,
He's actually jumped in a few of my Instagram lives. He's never bullshitted with any of us. He was in Seth's too the other day. I was in there with Seth and Johnny.
Sure.
And
that's cool.
He popped in there.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't say anything. He just hung out and was just listening to us, I guess. Bullshit. Probably got bored after a minute of that. Took off.
Right. He's got a nice little friggin' store, nursery that works, man. He's got a nice little friggin' setup. You know, he's right outside of Sonoma, right? If I'm not mistaken, or Santa Rosa, right? Something like that. He's got a nice little setup. He's got his plants going right next to his friggin' store. You know.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You make your own soil.
Got to
though,
work
don't
for
you?
those dreams, though. Yeah, got to work for those
Yeah.
dreams.
Oh yeah, he's worked hard. He's no chump, that's
Yeah.
for sure. But you can make your own soil, you know. That's why bag soil is cool. But you know, geez, you're gonna have to amend it anyway. Get the cheap shit. Cheap clean shit. It's all sterilized no matter what if it comes in a bag. You just might add your own amendments and make a living soil. It's the simplest thing in the world. It's a plant. It's been doing the same thing for millions of years.
Guys, I think I'm getting off here. It's like 10 till 6 for me.
Yeah, man. All the while we're talking about things, I'm thinking of things I should be doing.
Yeah, I know, man.
Water.
I'm like looking at this going, what the fuck?
Water. I was thinking
Yeah.
the same thing. That's another thing. I'm gonna be like, hail the fucking soil back where excuse me. A year ago, I'd be mixing up fucking salts, pH in that water to 6.2 and all that fucking good shit while I'm watering. Tonight after I get off with this, I'm running around with the fucking hose and counting smot 1, 2, 3, 20 to each pot. And then I'm gonna walk away. No pH, no nothing. Good for 2
There
days.
you go.
That sounds great,
I'm there
man.
too.
Eagle,
I'm
I
there
could
too.
just take the whole jug and pour it down that tube that's like this big. Pour. It all flows into that chamber at the bottom. I'm like, close the door, done. See you in a couple of days. Might be 3 days.
Yeah.
I know. I'm glad to be back. Yeah, that's with you.
I'm
I'll
glad.
get out of here, guys. Bye.
Yeah, I'm joining him.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Nice
Everybody,
one,
Have a
Rodney.
great day,
everybody in the
everybody.
chat. Good to hang out, guys.
Have a
Always
great
will.
day,
Yes.
everyone.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
Thank you, Modern Green 13. I just now fucking
Cheers,
rudely
guys.
realized Greenfingers bailed out a while ago. So cheers to Greenfingers as well.
Right? I'll smoke one more bowl before I get a jet. I said to make sure I get my IPM in tonight. That's all.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I gotta roll too. So.
Farmer Willie, Smart Poker, Eagle.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been
Cheers,
fun
man.
as always, man.
Mm,
Cheers,
always.
guys. Have a good day.
See you, Stoney, buddy.
We'll catch you on the next one.
Peace.
Peace out, guys.
I'm next.
Stoney.
Eagle, love and respect, man. Have a great day. Same with you. Smart Poker.
See you, Farmer Willie. Nice talking to you, buddy.
Always. I love you guys. And I mean that. I love coming on here and talking when I friggin' stuck here for 2 days by myself. Peace. Have a great day.
Smart.
All right,
I just
it's
wanted to say,
Yeah.
me first, brother. I just
Okay.
wanted to say, I might razz you a little bit, but it's all in fun. Just like we were talking about earlier, you got to have that back and forth a little bit to have, bring out some good information. I don't, to each their own. As long as you're growing the plant, I've always said you're a cool motherfucker with me. And I greatly appreciate the MJ Coco crew hanging out lately. And of course, Crack Babies, DWC, yourself, and with Gigi, Dr. Coco himself, and the others that I don't right off the top of my head associate with the Dr. MJ crew. But, you guys bring a lot to the table, and I appreciate you hanging out every night. So don't misconstrue my little bit of ribbon on you tonight. I greatly enjoy your company, brother.
Never that, man. I definitely like the back and forth. I like to give it and take it a little bit. So, but yeah, man, I didn't take it personal at all. And I agree that I like how Smiley said it. Iron sharpens iron. So if we can get some back and forth and yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And I'm sure Dr. Coco and Crack Babies and everybody else appreciates you saying that. And we got nothing but love for you. And obviously I love being here, man. I keep coming all the time and I'm learning a lot. And I'm the new guy on the block. I'm trying to make my bones. So yeah, Eagle, I definitely appreciate you and the show and everything. And thanks for having us. And from my wife as well, Crispy Wannabe, you guys have a great day. Grower love. I'm out.
A good day to you and Crispy. Thank you. To the rest of you guys, thank you for tuning in. I greatly appreciate you guys hanging out night after night. You know, I get a lot of thank yous for doing this, putting in the time, but the truth of the matter is, as one great gentleman, Mr. Slurhout, in chat pointed out, I may be putting in the time, but you fucking great people put in the time as well. I show up every night and you do too. So you guys definitely deserve these shout outs night after night. No matter how big this show goes, I am gonna try to keep that. I've fucked up a lot of shit, given up a lot of shit. I've fucked up with the dab song, not keeping it on the 20s. I've been a little bit off with my consistency. But there's one thing I don't want to sway on, and I've been trying to be swayed on different ways to do the shout outs. I want to keep the shout outs as a staple. You have to be vocal about the little things that you're grateful for in your life. And I am so adamant about that. You know, when you wake up in the morning, you might have a shitty day, but be grateful for the opportunity to wake up that day. Be grateful for the roof over your head. Be grateful for food in your mouth. There's tons of reasons to be grateful, and it doesn't hurt to verbally put them out in the ether. So with that being said, let's find some music to fucking get these shout outs rolling so you can end your day or start your day, depending on where you're at in your life. With that being said, I think I got some here. What we got here? Fleetwood Mac cover song. What the fuck? I'll take it. Love you guys. Sub cool, these houses ain't Mama Lost 710, Scared Grove 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical, McGullicuddy, Rick T, the Rebel, the 207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T Dog, Dung Vito, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Duckweed, Run Boy 7426, Justin Good Earth, Strongman, Okie Grower 75, Corey Trevel, Michael Wallace, Mo Vision 420, Who's Your Cat Daddy, Taco Don Slug, Rick S. In the Bushes 827, Jane Siemens, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hope, Pats Fan 420, Biominter, Dirt Road Dude, Canna Shiviva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone 710 Canuck, Ken Queen Genetics, Abby Tanaze, Fumdar Dirtman Dan, Keith the Black Sales, Mr. Bosilla, Zimprio Gardens, Rasta Bob, Rasta Jessel, Root Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Buds, Norm Michigan, Micro, Ouija Buzz, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC, Modern Genetics, SoCal Weed Nerd, John, Last PPJ 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar T Grower, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Missy Brother, New Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Candace, Nutrient Shootouts, Naughty Nicky, Zoe and Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, Cobra 420, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T, Sue Moo, Mo Grower, Candy Crate, Loki Grows, That's This Guy, Burton 79, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Cali Connection, Midwest Outlaws 31, Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Jimmy One for Life, way back for our T Block, MMP Nations Creations, Amber Lana, Psychedelic Warlock, Artist, LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Day 420, Brett Window, Big Ed 1961, Matawane G3, The Green Click, J&K, Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany and Tyler Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, B2 Crazy for You, BGW, G420, Dr. Boswell, Purple Thumb OG, Arthro, Sons of Media, Arthro, Just Space 420, Beast Coast Grower 420, Sir Al, spoke of you tonight, brother, much respect. Trade alone, keep it real, Tagerton 420, Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BTWD, Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Eggs, Pork Chop, Chef Life, School of Crop Kills, I love it, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Real 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Me All Flowery, Ryan Henderson, Green 13, Nude Silva Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary James Med Garden, Streamer 77 WD, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs from 619-664, Spaniard Krugers, Jones of the Grow, Papa G Grows, Raz Amy, Joe Grows, Cast, the Grow From Your Heart Podcast. Outcast, Lily Luna, the Green Med Block, Jeremiah Miranda, Stoney Creek, Lost Heart, Mr. No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus, O, Jason Iso, P. Wynn, David Colby, Mason 662, Scroggy Mix, Scroggerton, The Goddess Gross, Kaylee Burrows, Chad Brad Family Farms, Polly P. Fjord, Kevin Jodry, Mike Honcho, Jay Huggins, UDA Green Tree Hunter, Kush Cloud, Joshua Steensland, Organic Home Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine Messick, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sargest, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, 311 Mix Up, Kinder Grows, Evergreen Hayes, G Friends Tree, MMJ, Matt S, Save Belts, Dragonfly B, Justin Mendes, Travis Wallace, Lucky Mike, Seattle Chronic Seeds, King Chronic, Titan from Blessed Coast Seeds, Shango Gas, Wabasso for Life, John Smith, Tommy Charco's, Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Oscar Green Jr., Matt Steelbird, Into 11, Stephanie B, Sharp Pulley 999, Von Brown, Sovereign Garden, Sonar Nation 420, Joe White Bugs 1313, Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jay Myers, the Mid, the Chat, Mr. Manny D, Frank, Mr. Manny D, Bag C, Dr. GGC, Jess Starter 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Skill Bowl 1, Med Grower 1, Empire, Breeding Go, Fagroli, Lost Leaf, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, B Bear 7, Ali Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Looney, Jester, Smoking Wisp, Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, Rafter Grows, Rob, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, Door, Michigan Core, Double Tap Farms, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808, Rooting Prospects, the Cannon Bus Driver, Hating Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grows, T Ben, TM 42696, Rude Nut 619, Dr. Scrambles, BB Moonrocks, GH, F Double J, Bio Green, Self Grower 56, Hanky Sanky 420, OGKP, Your Ganja, Your Mama, Georgia Joe, Roy Rodriguez, Bee Growing, Nature's Best Nugs, Killer Bee Grows, You Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soy for Life, Bully for Life, the Jeff Rowe 42069, Beavis 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, Goddamn, I'm Baked Ted's Test. The Riffin' Fat Boy, Jack Greenstock 420, Boom Farms, Charlie Farms 420, Aldridge 25, Smileys Gardens, JT's, Miss D's Nugs, Smoking Grow Fraser, Grokoski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms Evolve, Cameron, Mr. Bagseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, DTE, Rick Grose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant Pepper, Cannon Trooper, Line Cat 420, Led Up Again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Booty Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Dankman 420, Dankman Dan, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, The Major Jump 420 Army, The American One, Kenny Oates, Genetics, Mountain Skies, Ready to Hit That Hot Fire, Chris Mertz, Ian Save, Robbie, Sergeant Life, Hepa Cam, Bring Your Lakes Finest, Ridge Patch, Dozer Mood, Southern BT Grower, Choose Medical, Jerry Bear Plus One Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, My Little 1024, 2 Spacewalker, Christian Tree Mump, T Barrington, Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, T Dwayne, East Coast Will, Heidi Day, Galactic Gardens, John Smith, Elliptis, My Natural Farms, Pacific Northwest Seas, Ross Kaya Paul, Lemon Hocho, Trench Rita's 2 Sea Life, 420 Grant Manor, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle, 9-inch Colas, Chris Moon, DK Trades, Vision Creator, Guru, The Kind Brew, Cannon Nation, JJ Wires, Dan the Indoor Man, Girl Me's, Homies, Hamilton, Smoke, Clip Smoke, Hamilton Grove, Clip Smoke, Keystone, Cannon Flag, PA, Big High, 710, Eugene Greeley, Face Through Hustle, Fred Darncollis, North Arizona, Big Girl 420, No Sellout, Jesse White, Gossine Yeti, Introvert, Genetic, Social J, Vixen, Robin, Mr. Killer, 8 Mo, James Buttercream, T-Dub from NorCal, The Pharmacy Seaback, Deadhead, Smokey 616, Curtis Mayhem, Matt Myron, Morte, Rick Amen, Stephanie Doran, Send Seeds, Fabcarious, K, Mike Rubles, The Drew Bear 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Move, Popco 719, Bakewitch Shake, baby, Old Smoke PW, Grown Buds, Lord Wasp, Mr. Reed Blunt, Old School Grower, Chad Westport, Anto Grown, Lord Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Fugit Sound Seeds, Gladsport, Richard G, Crispy Wannabe, Mr. Soul Food Spectrum, God, Lori Hanson, Real 2000 Years of Tradition, Mr. D. Conley, Pimp Jam, McBody Face, Show Me Sasquatch, Fuck Google and Jew, I'm going well, Canadian Restore, Poor Dirt Farm, Carl Wright, Zeffner, Tannery Farms, Humble Farm, seldom seen. Oak Park Gardens, Hell 9782, Skunky Packs, Marshall Artists 2012. Much respect to you, brother. Microslave Hefner, Daniel McDizzle, Medically Fit, Mr. KGB, Robert, Mr. Greenfingers, motherfucking Thomas didn't say goodbye tonight. Cheers, brother. Rancho Costa, Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Chancellor, Bobby Lynn Meads, Trench Digger, Mr. Mac, Tony Light Blue, Only Bill S. Sweet Peace, Tater Delicious, Minty, Country Roots, Huron, Fire Genetics, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teen 101, Butts and Hazard, Mr. Club 14, Peter B. Man Farm 616, Now Up North, Max Screwman, Ruby, Timothy McKimmons, Neo Jefferson, Beans to Chronic 88, Fat Belly, Real, Jennifer Steele, Kimba 03, Turf Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos Latinos, Gator Country, Mr. Speed, Wolfstein, Firesaw, Wally, Wookiees, The Goddess Grows, Rasta Bob, White Feather Grows, Burning Shrooms, Tone Grows, Dank, K-Man Grows, BX Gunna, Smith, Doob Grows, Sean McCann, J. Moats, Dank Agenda, Dank Agenda, Walla Walla, Cannon Grow, Fall Dog, Huron, Canada, Council, Lewis, Parish, Rock Babe, Justice Make, 420, Bin, Fresh Growth, Thriving Herbs, High Boy, your mailman grows, we be growing, Australian grows, love for the plant, our gold American, Smart Poker, Unfrozen Caveman, the Wise Highest, Surf Crab, Micro Goon, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius Grows, Dan Dank, Brownies, Dan D, Elliot Harkins, Mystic Flavor, The Forging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Steve, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, Steve's Bag, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Bro Grows, Clackamus Coop, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, late 1978, Michigan Grown Buds, Your Boy, Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamus 420, Sinky Cola, Dylan Steinford, PFC Gardens, Husky Gardens, Sungrown 707, J8 Drove, J420, Cascadian Growth, Tito's McGee, Four Plants 8, Weed Works, Captain Scruggs, Skunky Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, McGasser Tempe, Annie N, D Urge, Green Junior Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles of Love, and Bindu Buds, Michael Ross of Plenty, Richard Forbes, David Pimenta, B4P Funk, Nika T, John Reach, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Daniel Bergman, Green Puffin Man, B. Dungley, James Chung, Sarge Grows 818, John Wayne, Carolina Roots, Sister Golden Hair, Dana, El Dane Carino, K&F Gardens, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only Feet, Farmer James, Crypto Dope, Richard Lamb, HIP Grower, Matt Javine, Dan Marino, Chronic Wonder, Sunrise Grow, Top Floor Genetics, Mole Vision 420, Can 2 Cannabis, Jesse Pitcher, My Dog Nelly, Rooster Farms, Alex Hardy, Hardy Gear, Meddy Cropper, Daniel Grows Photos, Mitten Grown Med, Sunrise Grows, Alexi, Brittany and Coo, you know I love you. No Limit 916, No Grumpy Toad, Alchemist and Candy Mix, Soul Born Addiction, Roz, Joe, Alex D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Lisa Marie, Sergeant Rose 818, Blaze Illy, Fried Piper, Perpetual, Eagle Pride Warrior, Sales Smiles for you, Frank Rosada, The Dank Justice, Keno Kelly, Maxwell, Captain 420, Frank Rosada, Sink Fat, What About Bob, Ill Juster, Pops Rooms, John Gorshey, John Doe, Dungeon Gangster, THC4, PTSD, T Barrington, Honcho Grown, Swamp Cat, Polero, Canabinka, Besto Because, Jen Doe, Mr. Manny D, Kenna Ferrari, 420, AB Normal, Franklin, Guerrero, Bear Free, CJ Brent, 74, CK, Brown Guy, 420, Pachyderm, 420, Burning Tree, Maine, EA, Great Sun, Grow, 207, Hydro Deli, Hempwood, Gigi, Jamie Ream, Supreme Grape, Stoney, Rockafeller, Caveman, Cannabis, Brew City, Sun, Hawaii Sustainable, Midnight Roots, Dead Cynic, Knuckles, Michael P, Polly B, Quick B, Nimble, Bud E, Kilowatts, Michael D, 4889, Disbanded Brothers, Macilio Matt, Joseph, Grace Medicine RX, Keith and Chief, Hydro Daily, Concerned American, Cannabis 411, Freedom of Speech, Dr. Jointsworth, Neat Streets, Conscious of Dugo, 710 is Oil Upside Down, Jesse Stevenson, Victoria Badooch, What About Butterbabe, Kenna Butterbabe, rather, What About Bob, Sacred Gardens, Gus Rose, where you been, motherfucker? Slick Brick 8, Dog Pounds, David St. Louis, Amu Watts, Costain Yeti, Ed Grin, MM Grown, Uncle Elmer, Off Grid Church, Christopher, Big Force 54, Last Presser, Matthew, SoCal, Sioux, Illinois, Sioux, Illinois, Man Beaters, James Proof Genetics, Darth Horse Genetics, Stoner Dude, Joel and Jen from North South Genetics, Carolan, Mr. Cry, PTA, B13, Leah, Brood Beyond Perfection, XX Elite GP, XX Uncle Stoner, Kiss Free Treat, Crispy Treat Kitchen, rather. Grower Paradise, LAD, Grown, Iceni Clan, I Decoy Bacon, Mr. Scotto, Fresh Baked One, J. Allen, Big Five Grows, Charlie Canna, Australian Grown, Yucca Farm, or Yucca 420 Gardens, Daniel Phillips, Mr. Nowhere Man, Silly Seashells, check. Wob Wobbly, Sean Bibbs, Rescue Ready, Roadside, LLC, Notorious Nuts, Magma Seeds, Father and Son Trimming Tutorials, Sub TJ, Jose Ramirez, Toggle the Hut, 420 Buck, Chiba Man, GR 420 Community Videos in the motherfucking house. Detroit River Rat, Louis Garcia, Michael P, AJ Everyday, Captive Auto, Cheddar Bob 13, Maine 420 Med Grower, Cookie Coop, Jay Kendricks, In for the Grill, Backwoods All Good, Sally Man Sells, Adam Skankin, Chanel Simpsons, One Smoke Away, Ganja Roads, Kazoo, Aaron Burnett Shrooms, Mr. Lincoln Stinking, Angel Studios, the 420 Grow Tent, Paul D'Elia, John Fleming, Dankovich, Frybro Fowler, Paulie Pete, Seldom Seen, Elevated, Lenny Organic, Sunman, Chiba Sunny, Jeff Pollock, Ricardo Sosa, Dan Jace, Earth Friendly Farming, Candy Forest Farmer, Fuck All That Be, the Misfit Grower, Jason Line 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 4466, Jason Grayson, Stoner Baker MD, Stony Creek, Russ Sonic, Fringe Dweller, Tarzan Superman, Old Man Hermit Hash, Freebird, Bow Grower, Mattygar, Simple Man Survived One Time, Mr. Tim Blake was here the other night. Much respect to you, sir. Golf Coast, Conic, Stink Fat, Calero, Palero, Harley Grow, Jen God, Steve Collins, Todd Kendricks, Property Maintenance, Sharpie, The Island Hayes, Steve Speaks, J.R. Ream, Randy K, Steve Collins, TCDR, Claire Killian, Wardrobe Farming, Randy Grande, Piff 1000, Ace Boob 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom, B Puffer Smiles, 15 digits, Mr. Gaja, Mooch Ash, Red G, Super Bob, Broski 808, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag, Justin Station, Strong Style, Organic, Zippy, iMedic, Honesty, K-Hal, Me All Flower, Brent Boog, Todd Kendricks, Newton, KNT, Chris D, True Serum, Bo Towns, Flo Daddy Dread, Barbara Matthews, Ancient Soul Grown, Kevin Jiu-Jitsu, Kenny Health and Happiness, Berserk 215, Collab Low Cuts, Edward Trenier, Mo Manic, Mad Braz, Benchy, Helen, Huge, Janus, James T, Atomic Spoon, Miss Jill, Big Daddy, LT Gardens, High Flyer Brush, our High Flyer 420, Lobster Brush, Bro, Mother Tree Main, Your Boy, Roy Boy, Red Pill, Shannon Gibbons, Wuhan, Rick W, Chan Comfortably Numb, One Smoke Away, The 840 Show, Richard Lamb, Red Pill 710, Where You Been, Cannabis Pursuit, K Rolling, Worthy Buzz, Logan Man 81, Oil and Flower Podcast, The Entourage Effect, Warren Dixon, Pink Lady Luck, El Mondo 420, Surrounded by Geeks, Brian Farms, Fringe Dweller, Single Father's Happiness Without Guilt, Mike Steve 562 Ganja, James Chrysler, Green Ghost, Genetics, Senzola, B. Benson, Astro Charlie, Sativa Smurf, 4GTCA, Bush Doctor, Dirty Hoe Garden, TK, James C. Weaver, Grow Ohms, Corey Gagnon, Green Hill Farms, Hillbilly Herbs, Tasty Worm, Terps, Skunky Brewster, YBF, Larry OG, Boss Farms, Spartan Drones, Johnny Green Thumb, 710, Michigan Wildflower, Seldom Seen, Gambler, Todd O'Connor, DP 710, Caribou TV, Virginia, Herbs, Red Primo, Equilibrium Genetics, Trophy Truck, Skyway, Kevin O'Donnell, School of Crop, Stupid Trucker, eBay Bud Tender, The Glass Girl 420 Grow, Ted Nugs, Matt Javine, Greg 77, Ted Nugs, Skunk Egg Glasswork, Beast Mode 347, Mike Atomic Skier, JME 182, Justin Goosey, Webcam ... Stunt Dan, Stoney, Baby Fat, J Cuda, Pip 1000, Dan, Stoney, Sunshine Farm, Daydream, Brad, Star, Mountain Laree, Scotty Nowhere, Justin Smith, Not Sure, Red Bear Farms, Two Dogs, Buck Plug, Bungaloo, Lucky Claude D. Goslin, Mao T. World, Green Gorilla, CT Gardens, Benny Ben, Up and Able, Mr. Mar Duber, Kush Turk 5, Sentimental, Green Goddess, Alberta Cannabis Grower, Earth Creeper, Don Hazelhurst, Matt Nels, John Falk, Coonward, Robert Hirsch, Robert Rittenhouse, Pedro Dizzy, Joey Burger, Mr. DeVille, Mikey from Maui Gold Genetics, Missy Daisy, Earth Dragon Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Sorry, them are awesome people too. Thunder Dan, San Luis, Sun Grown, Super Bob, Dutch Bros 420, Tough Impact, Mr. Tree, Green Gypsy, 1 DOS, 247, Dirty Rock Imbecile, Steady Gains, Ginger Bug, Cyberday, Paco, Cypher, Brady Ridley, that is. I'm sorry, Ridley. Val F, Tough Impact, Crazy People Doing Stuff, Wade Pie, Multiple Division, Patty O, Bears Growing It, Home Invaders Get No Pity, Blue Kiss Gardens, Crack Baby CWC, Shorty for Life, Token Pirate Supernatural, Brittany Nicole, Sacred Gardens, Rostify, Joy One Love, Mr. No, BS, Penny Pebbles, Rippers, Frank, Rowdy, 420. Who we got here? Keith J. Reese, Dog Days Gardens, Kyrene 54. I'm guessing that's Christopher's mates, maybe. Cheers to you. And 420 Green Goddess isn't on here. Cheers to you. Last but not least, Weed is 207. You know that. With that being said, hopefully you guys know the deal. This is the end of your day, your routine. Please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your routine, please have one amazing day. Please start out with a little self-love meditation along the day. Please have a prosperous, amazing day. Please take time to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. Not afraid to admit that people kept me out once or twice in my life. People have hard times. Man, Lord to Organics, I wish you'd check in, man. I can relate to your story. More than you know, brother. Such a great dude. I still feel bad about last night's episode. But with that being said, man, please, it's so easy to do. Nice, heartfelt, how you doing today? Somebody that's having a shitty day. Some free buds, man. They go along. Best gratitude I've ever had is giving people free weed. I've gave away money, smiles, thank yous. I've give away some fucking handful of weed, and I get no shits, thank yous. Can really? Not that, just take time to smoke one. Call on your loved ones, your friends. Make sure they're all good. That being said, I'll see you guys tonight with Pearly Edibles. I'll be here tonight at 11:30. Maybe easy. Guys have a good day. Love you guys. Start off that week. Rocket chicks.